Audio check. Greetings and salutations. How are we doing on this fine and beautiful Thursday afternoon? It is an absolutely gorgeous day here. There's all this news about weather. It was cold a couple days ago, and then it's going to be like super hot everywhere this weekend. But right now, we're like right in between the two extremes. And it is just like immaculate, perfect weather today. So naturally, I'm gonna sit inside and play video games on the internet. But there is definitely something about like the sunshine coming in through the window that enhances the gaming experience. It's probably some kind of like summer vacation of years past kind of trigger. There's like an association there where it's like, oh, you've got so many days, you've got all the time in the world, and you can spend them however you like. Okay, I'm a few minutes late. Let's get switched over. We've been on the starting soon screen for a while. Because of that, let's go right here. Here I am. I'm here now. Hi there. Hi there, I'm TT. See you there. I need some TT sound bites on my stream. I'm like long overdue for some Diddy Kong Racing sound bites. I have a bunch of stuff, like new alerts and like little goofy things that I want to do in the bot, but I just don't have time right now. So I'm just like making a list of all these ideas, and after VGMCon, I'm gonna like tear into it during the big brain reset, which is always a euphoric time of catharsis and purgation. So today we're gonna play Blue Dragon. I don't know exactly what today holds. There's some big questions that we need to answer that will determine not just the trajectory of today's stream, but also tomorrow's and next week's. Because everything is hinging on, like, when do we finish this game? And I am not trying to rush it to make any particular thing happen. I'm really enjoying this game. I want to get as much out of it as I possibly can. I'm not necessarily committed to doing everything in the game, but it kind of feels like we've done everything in the game so far. Yeah, we're going to start out today with three kind of big questions. And we'll go over that once we get into the game. Quick housekeeping before I start. I'm not going to make it too long. First of all, 2 additional streams this week. I will be streaming on Saturday, which normally never happens. I got invited to play a group game. I'm going to be playing a group game on Saturday evening with a group of people that some of them I know and some of them I've never met before. It's going to be hosted on a channel of a person who I don't know yet, and they're like a friend of a stream friend that, you know, has been recommended, and I've kind of been thrust myself into this bubble in an effort to be brave and socialize more, which is a 2026 goal of mine. So at 5 p.m. Central on Saturday, I will be streaming on Pokédoll's channel. I'll put a link in the chat here for you. I will be streaming on that channel, not my own, just mine. Or, sorry, not my own, just theirs. I'm going to be joined by, I think, like 10 or 12 other streamers who are all going to be playing this game. And it's a social deduction game, which, if you're not familiar with the format, maybe you've heard of like Mafia or Werewolf. There's also games like Avalon, and a bunch of other various ones where like people get assigned roles and you have specific abilities based on what your roles are. There's no board or visual element to the game usually. There's just like a game host or a game master who kind of guides the actions and lets everybody know like when to do certain things and what they can do. And this particular social deduction game is called Blood on the Clock Tower, which has this kind of like gothic theme. But this streamer, Polkadoll, likes to do themed versions of that game. So this is the skeletal mechanics of Blood on the Clock Tower, but the whole thing is Pokemon themed. So all I knew when I signed up was this is the date and it's a Pokemon themed game. I didn't know what Blood on the Clock Tower was until like 2 days ago. I still don't really know how to play the game. I just know kind of like the basic concepts. And I've played other social deduction games before, but not this one. We have like a script of these like specific character roles that will, I believe, get randomly assigned to us and kind of constrain what we're able to do and not do to try to win the game. And basically you get put on a team of like good guys and bad guys, and there's different win conditions depending on whether you're good guys or bad guys. I'm told it's going to take like 3 hours. If it takes longer than that, I will probably have to leave before the game is over, which would suck. But we're going to see how it goes. I don't know exactly what the energy is going to be like, but I'm going to assume that it's going to be either at least a little bit or very 18 plus. So don't bring the kiddos to this stream. I'll announce it in the Discord, but otherwise that'll be the only notification that you'll get unless you're following Pokédoll. So I'll try to do more reminders today and tomorrow as the streams goes on. I may or may not do a good job at that, depending on how distracted I am with Blue Dragon stuff. And then I'm streaming again on Sunday with the lady. We're starting our new point-and-click playthrough that you all selected for us, which is going to be a new point-and-click game called Locomotive that was released last year. It's a comedic murder mystery that takes place on an old-school passenger train. And even though it's a brand new game, it looks like an old LucasArts joint from the 90s. And it's supposed to have very similar vibes, like aesthetically, tonally, all that sort of thing. So we're very excited about that. That's coming up on Sunday at noon Central Time. And that will be on this channel, like all Sunday Sub-Goal bonus streams will. Those streams happen whenever we fill up this top bar for the subs, every 25. So the next time that fills up again, we'll play Locomotive again. That's what's going on with this week. Obviously, if we get closer to the end... I need to turn this music down. I never turned it down. It's just blasting, I just realized. It's super loud. Just jamming over here. Depending on how things go in Blue Dragon today, we will do... Whenever we finish our RPG playthrough, we do a filler arc where I play something completely up to me and unscheduled for a week while we pick the next RPG playthrough and cleanse the palate, and then we start the next big endeavor. But if we finish Blue Dragon today or tomorrow early, there will be some additional filler arc time. And I have 2 different games that I'm trying to decide between for filler arc. I'm hoping I can have my cake and eat it too and play a little bit of both. But we'll see what happens. It's all going to depend on how Blue Dragon goes. I'm going to focus on Blue Dragon first. Like I said, I'm not trying to like rush it or get done super fast to get to something else, because I'm really enjoying this game. I'm savoring it. So there's a world where we don't even finish Blue Dragon this week. Who knows? Maybe we find out today that the 5 dragons thing is going to be really cool, and we have to do a bunch of grinding, and it's going to take a couple of days, and we do like chill vibe grindy streams. Who knows? Who knows? We'll probably figure a lot of this stuff out like within the first hour of the stream, though, because I have some big questions and specific things that we're going to do that will help me kind of figure out how much more Blue Dragon there is. So I'm looking forward to that. But that's pretty much it for now. Everything else can either wait or I'll repeat it again later. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up the game because I'm excited to do so. Let's pause this music and go over here. No Xbox Live. No thank you. And I think I need a bit more volume. There we go. On my end. Should be fine on your end, but let me know if you need more game audio. So we're going to get in here where there's some music, and we'll do a quick recap of last week. We haven't done any story content in a while, so the recaps are not very plot-focused. This has slot 5. And that looks right, based on the time and everything. Okay, I see. I'm confused by my description of the save slot, because I wrote down upper mecha base clear, and so I'm expecting to see upper mecha base on the save slot, but that's not where we are. It's just the most recent thing that we did. Okay, so we only have like a half of a page of notes to go through from last stream. We did a lot last week, but it was very, granular, non-plot stuff. So we started last stream by finishing up an optional dungeon called the Sea Cube, which was this big floating superstructure inside the giant water cube outside of Jabral Castle. We got all the way to the top floor of it 2 streams ago, but didn't quite have enough time to finish it because it looked like there was going to be a boss, and turns out I made the right call. So at the beginning of last stream, we retraversed through the already cleared Sea Cube back to the top, and we encountered this boss called the Azure Abyssal Dragon, which looks like it's cut from the same cloth as the Fire Horse in Baroi Temple basement from a really long time ago, and then at Aurora Ruins, the Stone Saurus that we fought. So they seem to be part of this 4-piece elemental set. We had a Fire Horse, an Earth Dinosaur, and now this Water Dragon. So I'm assuming there's a 4th wind boss somewhere that's like half elemental, half robot, because they're all very like ancient, mechanized. This game's version of ancient. When we beat the Azure Abyssal Dragon, we got the black device, which was huge. We didn't really know where that was going to show up. We also got one of the ship upgrade parts, which it's possible that we have received all of them. We don't really know. We're going to go look at that, actually. That's one of the things we're going to do at the top here. And then we also got Mystery Part Due. So there was a huge yield at the Sea Cube. 3 really, really important items that were on our list in one capacity or another. The Mystery Part Due completed the trio of Undu Trois, so we were able to go to Jabral and find out what that was all about. We brought that to the Mad Chief Researcher, and he gave us this accessory called the Final War Necklace, which is just a really good accessory. I was thinking there was maybe going to be like a super boss associated with it, and maybe it spawns one of the dragons somewhere, but we haven't really figured that out yet. We went, and then we did the Black Chest Roundup, the one here at Lao Mountain Camp. We got another ship part. We went back to Exile Forest. We got a ship part. We went to Colosso Village and went behind the Black Barrier Wall. There were 2 chests there. One of them was a ship part. And then it was at this point that I kind of started making a list of like, okay, what do we think is left in this game? So there's the 5 dragons. We've defeated one as part of the story, kind of. It was technically optional, but it was way earlier in the plot. And then we have found a second dragon, and it is really, really powerful. So we just kind of scouted it and wiped to it and haven't attempted it again. And we have no idea where these other 3 dragons are. So there's that. We don't really know what happens when we defeat them. I'm assuming that there's going to be something that happens when all the characters reach level 50, because they will unlock the final class that's available to them you know, every 10 levels we've unlocked a class, and when everybody reaches level 50, they will have unlocked every single one. I feel like something might happen there, maybe not, but there was some flavor text somewhere that implanted that idea in my mind. There may be more ship parts. We're going to check into that. We know that there's 2 more black barrier chests somewhere, and those could be in, like, the final dungeon. We found mystery part Gamma as well, but we haven't gone back to Jabral to cash in the second set to see what happens there. So that's one of the things that we're going to do. We also have 3 more warp keys. These are consumables that we use to create fast travel points. And we got a big lump sum of them at the very beginning of the game. We got like 36 of them or whatever. And I was very confused. But as we've gone through the game, we've slowly used them all up. So presumably there's only 3 fast travel points in the game. But right now, we only really know of 1 more major location that we can go to. So I'm feeling pretty strongly that there's a lot of indicators that there's got to be 1 more, like, town somewhere. I'm assuming that one of these warp key points is going to be the final area of the game, whether it's a dungeon or just like a small zone. But the other 2, I don't know. I don't know what that's going to be. It could be like a place that doesn't open up until you've defeated all the dragons or something like that. So we're going to have to do a little bit of overworld scouting and see if maybe there's just something that we've missed off the beaten path. We've really only done that once. And then the last thing that we did last week was we went to the upper mecha base, which was a big old dungeon, and we had to play a ship flying, shooting minigame to get in, and I unnecessarily did it twice in a row, which really sucked, because I didn't realize that there was a save point inside. But strangely, there's not a warp key point inside, which was very surprising to me. I assumed that that was going to be one of them, because the C-Cube had one, and it's a very similar kind of optional overworld pre-endgame dungeon. But it didn't have one, or at least if it did, it was hidden somewhere and I couldn't find it. You know, it's usually just right inside the entrance next to a save point. We haven't seen any hidden warp key points, so there's not really precedent for that. And that's pretty much it. We got to the top of Mecha Base, we fought a boss, we got another ship part, which I believe to be the last one, or possibly the last one. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, we're going to check the ship parts, and then we're going to go to Jabral and talk to everybody in the cafe. We're going to check our nothings total, see where we're at, and then we're going to go talk to the Mad Chief Researcher and give the Alpha, Beta, Gamma parts and see what happens. I'm assuming we're just going to get another powerful accessory, but maybe we get something else. And then after that, what I would actually like to do is save and then go to the area that I perceive to be kind of the final area and scout it. I'm assuming we're going to hit some kind of cutscene and get some story, but basically I want to find out, like, is it just like a boss battle? Is it a big zone? Is it a dungeon? Is it not what I think it is at all? Is it like just a random cutscene that starts the next leg of the game and we're not actually right in front of the finale? So we're going to try to answer that question. And then, depending on the outcome of that, I want to do some kind of overworld scouting to see if there's just a straight up, entirely new location that we haven't visited yet, like a town or something like it that we've somehow missed. We've combed the overworld with the airship pretty well, but I wouldn't say exhaustively. So, that's the game plan for today. Let's get right into it. The first thing we're going to do is go out onto the overworld and check our ship parts. And we're actually not where I think we are. We're at the early Sheep Tribe camp, not the Lal Mountain. So let me warp there really quick. We're going to warp to Lal Mountain camp. And then we're going to step outside, because it's the airship shop is right by here. Hi, Nima. Nima knows that dinner time is coming soon, so she's giving me the stare down. She's ready. I guess I should rest while I'm here. I haven't rest my party, my weary legs, since that boss fight. I don't remember what the boss was like at the end of Upper Mecha Base, but I'm pretty confident that it was a palette swap of some earlier boss. I just don't remember which one. My brain is pretty messy. I like to call March Messy March because it's the month before VGMCon, and my brain is just a mess. There's so many things going on. Time moves in a really weird way where, like, a couple of days will pass and it feels like a week or longer because there's just so much going on, like minute to minute in my brain. So my sense of time is really thrown off, and my like medium term memory is not as good. Okay, so we're gonna add this coding part A. So we have A, B, A, B, A, B, and then these three specific ones at the bottom. It's exactly the length of one menu, right? There's no, like, scrolling up or down. They all are visible on the screen. There's not enough room for a single additional one. So that's kind of where I'm guessing that maybe this is all of them. But there's really no other... Oh, okay. Never mind. Thank you, video game. This is the kind of stuff that you don't expect in a video game, especially not an older video game, but it's fantastic when you get it. Enhancement is complete. This Mechat can't be enhanced anymore. So that's just the confirmation that we need. Be enhanced anymore. That makes me feel very good about my would that be deductive reasoning or inductive reasoning? I think it's deductive. Okay. Well, we fully upgraded the ship. That's cool. I'm assuming that we're going to use this fully upgraded ship for something in the end game. And that the random minigame to get into Upper Mecha Base is not the only time that we'll get to benefit from those upgrades. It would be really weird if so, because one of the upgrades was inside Upper Mecha Base. Alright, we're going to land here so we can warp. Next stop is Jabral. Couple things we're going to check here. We're going to talk to Meg and go to the cafe. We're going to talk to the Nothing Man. And then before we talk to the Mad Chief Researcher, we're going to save, just in case. So we'll start with Meg here. Meg always says that Cafe Jabral is abuzz with new gossip. Most of the time we're here, we usually get at least one new line of dialogue, but it seems the first aid urn from that studio sell as fast as they can make them. Okay, that's new. There's a new urn. That's old. The Donpa rumor. Still stolen valor. You say what fell in Noluta was the Aurora? The abnormal weather just keeps coming. You got the cookie recipe, didn't you? For Radiant Flower, your best bet is the sheep tribe of the Lao Mountains. Good luck with getting the absolute highest quality ingredients. I don't know what she means by that. Like, do they sell it somewhere? Okay, that guy said that before, so I don't think that's new, but we will go talk to the big muscly guy boss again. This is not new. People are buying vases for the next emergency. That's new. Okay, that's not new. To a fan, a work by the original author autographed manuscript would be a priceless treasure. I feel like that's new. But maybe that's what we got before. I think that's the thing that we found. That guy just says we're gonna kill a dragon. Go for it. Okay, so let's go talk to the muscle boss. And then we also need to go talk to the urn makers. We had a little interaction with the urn makers before, and it turned out to be kind of like a comical dud. Actually, do you say anything interesting? No. Okay, so the last time we were here, this guy was like, do you know how to dispel white barriers? You do? All right, well, you got to go to this place. And then we did that. So you made it to the core of that mecha base. My clients in Patches are thrilled about it. We should get more customers thanks to you. Please take this. It's a small show of appreciation. Oh, cool. So just a little, you know, cherry on top, I guess, of the actual rewards of going through that dungeon. We got some medals. I am planning to use our final repository of medals to just buy as many stat up items as possible, like right at the last possible moment before we're going to do what we perceive to be the final fight or fights.
Bases are really good things, yep.
Okay. This art is like an explosion, like a real ceramic artist, don't you think? The truth is, I'm only an apprentice.
Lately, first aid urn sales have been extraordinary. We can't keep the inventory in stock. All the designer vase is completely gone. Hey, isn't that a designer vase? You had one stashed somewhere, huh?
We have 99 of these, by the way.
Would you sell it to me? I'll reward you properly for it. Great, so you'll sell it. Hang on a quick second. Like this, and like that, so, then fill this. There, now that makes it a first aid urn. You should take this to the village chief. This time he ought to be pleased with it. You take whatever reward there is.
Got a mountain load of first aid urn. So do we have 99 of those now? I guess that confirms my suspicion that I was having. Yeah, now we have 99 first aid urns. Is that we wouldn't have been able to do this side quest if we hadn't done the goofy dud one earlier. So the last time, everyone was like, oh, there's this brand new vase that's all the rage. And so we went and bought one. And then we went to go show it to the Devi chief, and by the time we got there, it wasn't cool and trendy anymore. So it was just kind of like a funny little punchline about like how fast fads move. We're going to Lago Village. So now they're saying this new type of urn is really popular. But it sounds like it's popular because people are using it to prepare for natural disasters. Not exactly sure how that works or what it does, but maybe we'll find out. So we'll see if this one is also a dud, or if it's actually worthwhile. Forgot how fun this song was.
Oh, that's a first aid urn. I heard they were all out of stock.
I just happened to get one.
I see. Shoo, is there any chance of you turning that over to me? Oh, is that so? Here's an expression of my gratitude.
Devi Idol. 10,000 gold.
The world has been filled with unease lately. I hope nothing will happen.
Okay, did we just give him one, or did we give him all 99? Okay, I think we gave him all 99. So what is a Devi Idol? It's not a key item. Maybe it's an accessory? It is. Prevents being surprised. Gives you 150 HP. What a cute little icon, too. So 150 HP. The surprise is not useful because we already have that taken care of with passive abilities. We don't really have any characters desperate for HP. But it could be good for Zola. We could replace the stomach band here. Obviously, it sucks for her to lose 5 points in these other stats, but gaining 75 HP is pretty nice. She's the lowest HP. So, and Morrow just magically has, or not magically, he inherently has 999 HP. Well, technically he's getting 50 from this Renew earring, but if you look, if I try to remove it, he would still have 999. But he's keeping that because it gives him crazy resistance. So we do need to find a third accessory for him, but I hadn't really decided on anything. He's already got full status immunity and elemental resistance, so we're really only interested in stat gain. This is not a great one for him. He mostly just wants defense, or if we had like something that had a huge boost in magic defense, that would be pretty cool. Agility is nice. We don't necessarily need him to be super fast, but faster is always better. So that could be something that we go for. Yeah, there's a lot of options here. Anyways, that's not what I want to spend time on right now. I don't want to get caught menuing this early on today. I'm interested in momentum. Okay, so ship parts are done. We're going to go back to Jabral. We have more things to check out in Jabral. We're going to talk to the Nothing Man. And then we're going to do a safety save and go into the castle. I really thought that these 3 sets of mystery parts were going to be associated with super bosses. And there's still a chance that assembling the 3 parts like summons one of the 5 dragons somewhere, because it seems like that's how they work. But I'm not sure, you know? Like, it seems surprising that they would just get summoned somewhere and you wouldn't be told about it, and you'd have to just discover them by happenstance. It could be that way if it's like a really obscure, optional super boss, but be a little bit unprecedented for this game. So we know we don't have 1800 yet. All right, we're at 1663. So we're close. We need 137 more nothings to reach 1800. I'm still maintaining my theory that 1800 is going to be the final reward, and that 2000 is like how many nothings there are in the game, and that there's just a wiggle room of 200 to get everything. I think that would make a lot of sense. I would be very shocked if there was a reward locked behind getting every single nothing, other than, you know, like an achievement. All right, this is going to be slot 1. And we'll call this before alpha, beta, gamma, check. All that happened when we turned in the Un du Trois was we got an accessory. But just in case, I'm going to do a safety save here. Oh, something that occurred to me during stream setup today. I had talked in the past about like what direction I wanted to go in with the Mario Party ads. Because we've now unlocked all the mini games in Mario Party 3, and so I don't know what to do. And so I was like, oh well, I could look and see what's unlockable in the GameCube Mario Parties, and we could start incorporating those for the streams where I'm not playing a GameCube game. And then I realized today that that's not possible. Because, well, hold on. Well, table that.
I smell a good mystery.
Sir, I think these 3 mystery items are the common parts.
Let me see.
Alpha, beta, gamma.
Yeah.
Success! The mystery item you brought us is actually this. Be careful. This is part of advanced technology that destroyed the ancients.
Whoa, ultimate weapon bracelet. Zen, welcome in. How are we doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going today, dude? How was the stream? What were you getting up to? What have you been playing? Folks, go follow Audible Zen Life. Very chill vibes. Very calm and collected vibes. Zen, you might say. Lots of RPGs. Mostly first playthroughs, I believe. Oh, you're working on some FF14 stuff. Okay, nice. That's right. I forgot you do FF14 as well. Finishing the latest expansion. How is it? Welcome in, everybody. If you haven't been here before, my name is Austin. Backlog Boys is the channel. I'm a boy trying to clear his backlog. I got a big wall of games behind me. Many of them are RPGs. Pretty much exclusively first playthroughs on this channel. Working on, like, wrapping up Blue Dragon. We're at what I perceive to be pretty much the very end of the game, and we're scrounging around for all this optional stuff. I'm milking it for all it's worth because I'm having a really good time with this game. It's been super, super fun. But we're going to be working on this today and tomorrow, unless we finish it sooner than that. Drucifer, welcome in. I have not played Lost Odyssey or Infinite Undiscovery yet, but I do have them. They're right behind me. They're right here. They're ready to go. I just got a 360, like, last year. I've never owned a Microsoft console. Never thought I would own a Microsoft console. But I finally buckled last year because I was like, these games are going to stay landlocked. I'm gonna pull the trigger. The prices are right. So I finally found the specific hardware revision model of the 360 that I wanted, in as good a condition as I could find it, not for a mint, and the handful of games as well. So, yeah, this is my first 360 game on stream or period, really. So yeah, one day we will get to Lost Odyssey and Infinite Undiscovery. They're right behind me and they're ready to go. They're in the backlog. Great music and stories in the new expansion. Glad to get into some more Blue Dragon. Yeah, Blue Dragon is great. It is such a sleeper. This game doesn't really look like much on the surface, and I feel like it was passed over for so many different reasons. We've talked about it a lot throughout this playthrough. But it really is, like, worth your time and attention if you're a tried and true RPG fan, which I know we are. Yeah, I know they play well on the newer systems too. I didn't have any interest in getting one of those because these were the only games that I wanted them for, and just the price difference. So there wasn't really, like, I looked into it, but I figured out very quickly, yeah, there's no reason for me to get like a newer Xbox console. So I went with the old 360. I do need to get another controller though. This controller is doo-doo. Okay, so we just got the ultimate weapon bracelet. I'm very curious about this. I'm gonna write. I take notes on pen and paper, so I'm gonna write down some stuff here. This is how I keep track of everything in my brain, because otherwise it'll just fall out. So this was for the Alpha, Beta, Gamma trio. And let's take a look at it and see what it can do.
This might be the end of the world's mysteries. You've done a great job.
He says this might be the end. That's a little too ambiguous for my liking, but I'm assuming there's not another trio of items. Let's see. Or wait, it's a bracelet. Ultimate weapon bracelet. So it just has huge boosts. 200 attack. Holy moly. So that's an additional 100 for Shu on top of what he's already got. So obviously we want to give this to somebody. 45 agility is pretty incredible too. We were saying earlier how Morrow really needs some magic defense. He doesn't need that MP. This might be best suited for Zola, actually. So yeah, she gets a huge boost on everything from that. That's probably where we go with this, but let's see how it looks on Morrow. We'll try it on. Actually, Morrow does pretty well, too. Morrow doesn't need the magic attack, and he only gets 25 points of attack. He's already in the stratosphere. His attack is 475, which is just amazing. I guess everybody's in the 400s, too, or at least the 3 physical attackers are. I think we give this to Zola, though, because she benefits from every bit of this. She uses off magic. Her agility is already really high. So this will put her up front in the turn order every time. She's severely lacking in magic attack. So I think this is perfect for her. Congratulations, Zola. And the ladies are also wearing the leis until their levels catch up. I got to keep an eye on that. We haven't been doing a ton of battling, but we could probably make it happen pretty quick if we focused on it. Okay, so the next thing on our list to check out, I believe, is the purple star. I think that's what we're going to do. So, we're going to kick out to the overworld. We'll drop another save. And then we're just going to see what happens. Let's go back to... actually, Peches makes the most sense. It's the closest. We'll go to Peches. We'll save. And this is mostly a scouting effort. We'll probably get hit with some cutscenes. If it just takes us into like a dungeon and we can warp out, then we'll just do that. But if it locks us into anything, we will reset. I mostly just want to see and get a sense of what it is out there. So that's the goal here. We are assuming that this is like the end game area, but it might not be. And even if it is, I'd like to find out if it's a dungeon or just a fight or something I'm not expecting. So let's pull up this map here. So we have all these blinking points of interest stars. All the orange ones started as yellow. We visited every single one of those, and they turned from yellow to orange once we collected a part for our ship. All those are done. The blue blinking star is the place where we go to equip the ship part enhancements. We got confirmation just a few minutes ago that we have every single one of those. So all that's left is this purple point of interest. And we perceive that to be where Nene is. So,
I don't believe you.
We'll see what happens, Gad. We'll see what happens. I don't really know what to think either. Maybe you shouldn't believe me. How are you doing today, dude? Alright, we'll save in slot 2 here. And I'll just call this purple star check. We're going to find out what it is. Obviously, if it's, a bunch of, like, lore and cutscenes and stuff, I'll go through it all and write it all down like I normally would. But if we get locked into something and have to, back out, we still will, and we can refresh on a revisit or skip it, whatever, depending on how much time has passed. So, it's so hard to tell where I'm going. Not quite right. So yeah, this is the area where we last saw Nene. He had his giant floating fortress, and we were told that it kind of sunk beneath the snow here. Oh, first off, we've got some new enemies on the map here. I'm assuming I can just go right between them. Is there like a perceived entry point here? Oh, I probably have to fly into it, huh? Alright, well, let's get these new entries first. These are new enemies, so... Yo, Creative Waste, how's it going? Welcome in. Nice to see ya. We'll save again after we get these entries. We haven't seen this book style enemy in a while. They've been one of my favorites. I doubt we'll get anything for completing the compendium, and we might not even know that we've completed the compendium if we do. But I've just enjoyed encountering every enemy at least once for the love of the game. Yeah, everybody's talking about the weather this week. It was like chilly. I was talking about it at the top of the stream. It was like cold a couple of days ago, and it's supposed to be super hot this weekend, and everybody's warning about all this, like, you know, heat danger stuff. But right now we're like in the middle of it, and the weather is like beautiful and perfect here. Absolutely immaculate weather here today. But I don't know. Sounds like a bunch of clickbait to me. It just sounds like spring in the south to me. Am I a Star Ocean or Tales of fan? Yeah, I haven't played a ton of them. I'm a huge Star Ocean 3 fan. I've completed 1, 2, and 3. And I enjoyed 1 and 2, but I significantly more enjoy 3. I haven't played 4 or any of the other ones yet. And Tales, I think I own the same number of Tales games that I have never opened or played as I do ones that I have played. But I do like them. I haven't ever streamed a Star Ocean or a Tales game, so it's been a while since I've played either of those franchises. I think Star Ocean 4 was on a poll a long time ago, but it didn't win. We've never had a Tales game on a poll, I don't think. But yeah, my first Tales game was Symphonia. Love that game. Oh, I should save again. I've played Fantasia. Or I beat Fantasia, I should say. I've beat Abyss. I beat Symphonia 2, shout out. Where are my Symphonia 2 enjoyers at? I have played and completed Legendia, which I remember almost nothing from. It was a very long time ago. And what other... Oh... sorry, Creative Waste. You got auto-modded for using a smile emoji. Because I'm weird. Easy, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, cutscene's happening. Okay, everyone get your popcorn ready. Let's see what's going on in here. Okay, we're getting sucked in. This is kind of playing into my theory that this is a point of no return. Which is fine. That's kind of what we want to find out. It's going great, Easy. We're at the end, and I'm trying to figure out if this is the point of no return or not, because there's like some optional stuff that I want to round up, or try to round up. Okay, yeah, it's like making it very patently clear here.
That's right. A one-way ticket. What do you want to do?
A one-way ticket. Okay, so you're actually going to give me the option to not go in here? It's going to give me the option to save. Okay, let me save in slot 3 here. We have a separate save before this. I'm assuming this save is still before the point of no return. Enter the deep zone. Okay, I kind of don't want to enter here yet. This is kind of all I wanted to know here. I'm sure there's a bunch of cutscenes after this. I feel pretty confident that Well, actually, now that I think about it, there might not be a warp key in this location, because if we go in and we can't go back, I'm assuming warping is going to be disabled. It seems like they're trying to really, really make it clear that tie up all your loose ends before you go in this hole. So I'm going to say no. So we don't know if that's a dungeon. We don't know if it's a final boss fight. We don't know if it's like a Dragon Quest III moment and there's still a bunch of game left after we do whatever we need to do in there. I don't think that's what's going on, but you know, you never know. Yeah, I have the smile emoji blocked, as well as like Kappa's. They're unfortunately used nefariously sometimes, and so everybody suffers. Everybody gets really confused with why I don't want it in chat, but you know, one rotten apple ruins the bunch, as they say. The speedrunner? I don't know about that. I've been playing this game for like 12 weeks. we've been playing this game for a while. So I wouldn't call myself a speedrunner. But thank you. So we're gonna just write purple star is point of no return. It's not a real RPG if you don't have a point of no return. And I always appreciate an RPG that lets me know very, very clearly that we're headed towards one. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is like a big scan of the map. There has got to be at least one, but as many as 3 locations that we haven't been to yet because of our warp key count. You've always loved how this game looks, but you've never played it. If you're a fan of RPGs, you should absolutely play it if you have a way to. Creative. It's great. We've talked a lot about this game, obviously, as we've played through it. People are unhinged out there. It's true. Yeah. You've heard mixed opinions. Yeah, it's very interesting. So the way I've kind of distilled it down as I've had time to chew on it throughout the playthrough easy is that there's a lot of small reasons why this game got passed over that kind of like compound on each other. Like you have the fact that it's a 360 game, right? So all the people that wanted to play RPGs were PlayStation gamers in the 2000s for the most part. Maybe the odd, GameCube and Wii game here and there. So that was working against it. Another thing working against it is just that it was not a great time period for like old school turn-based RPGs in general. They were kind of out of style. That wave had really, really crested by like the mid to late aughts. So not a lot of people were looking for RPGs in general, and the people that were looking for RPGs weren't looking for them on the Xbox 360. And then there's also like the weight of expectations. This is Sakaguchi's first game after leaving Square Enix, and so everybody's like, oh, is this going to be, Final Fantasy, whatever number they were on at this time, 13? Is this going to be the real Final Fantasy 13? Those kind of people. Oh, shout out to a nothing that we hadn't found yet. That's going to be the one that puts us over. I don't know why I'm exploring here. I'm just kind of absent-mindedly loitering about. So this game just kind of like flew under a lot of people's radar. And also, like, despite how neat the game does look, I feel like it also kind of comes off as generic. Like Toriyama's art is so legendary, but I don't think it looks particularly remarkable in 3D, especially not this kind of 3D. Like it doesn't just like pop out like it does in 2D. There's no like bold outlines on anything, it's not cel shaded or anything like that. And also, like, the main characters are kids. And the main guy kind of looks like Goku because it's Toriyama. And I think there was a lot of, like, easy ways for people to kind of write this game off on its face. And I feel like it's all the same people who made the same knee-jerk judgment call on Final Fantasy IX. Where they're like, oh, it's kiddie, it's for kids. You know, not my Final Fantasy. It's not edgy. It's not hardcore, whatever. So this game has all of that working against it, too. And it just adds up to it, like, flying under a lot of people's radar. If you go and watch trailers for this game, it looks very unremarkable. It doesn't really show off any of the, like, major, like, plot points of the game, which, you know, that's good. But it also doesn't really, like, sell you on any, like, unique and stylish aspects of the game. Like, it doesn't spend a lot of time showing you the cool mechanics. It doesn't give you a whole lot of sense that there's going to be, like, powerful emotional moments of character development. You know, it makes it look like it's going to be a very, like, surface level Dragon Quest kind of lighthearted save the world adventure, which to a certain degree it is, but it's also just a lot more than that. So, you know, the people who saw the marketing and were curious probably had their curiosity satisfied, and they're like, well, I'm not going to buy a 360 for that game. Good luck, Sakaguchi. You know, have fun at Mistwalker. Whatever. Let me know when you make your next one. So, I think that is kind of where a lot of the mixed opinions come from on this one. But it has aged very well. It has a lot of good quality of life for a game at this time period. There's certainly things that you could, you know, optimize if you were to, like, port it or something for a modern system. But it doesn't need much. It really does. It doesn't need anything, and it, you know, would only benefit from a couple of little tweaks here and there. It's very good. It's very good. It's very Sakaguchi. All right, I think what I want to do first is explore, like, some of the completely uncharted areas of the map. That feels like a good place to start. But I need to run an ad break. During ads, I show all CPU Mario Party. It does run on hardware. It's not emulated or modded in any way. I've got the N64 ready to go. We're doing Mario Party 3 today. I'll be back in a few minutes after I feed the dogs and grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. And more Blue Dragon wanderings and ramblings when I come back. See you in a few. Okay, we're back. Thanks for waiting. Puppies got to eat. I grabbed a snack. Any of y'all grab a snack? Any snackers? Okay, so this map, all the like negative space is the ocean, despite how it looks. It kind of looks like the darker areas inside the outline would be ocean, but those are like impassable, non-traversable area, like mountains or whatever. And then all the negative space is ocean. So the first thing I want to see is how the map wraps, because we have not paid attention to this. Because, you know, there's all this space over here on the right side, and I'm assuming that's not actual map space. So how quickly does it wrap here? I feel like there's gotta be something just out in the uncharted sea somewhere that we'll need to comb for. Okay, so there's a decent amount of just open ocean out here. It's really hard to stick to a cardinal direction. But like this is a very large zone out here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to carve some lines and start. It's like Suikoden 4 all over again, you know? Oh, we wrapped around to the other side. That's fine. But I think the first thing that we should check is kind of like the four corners of the map, you know? Like a Knights of the Round kind of deal. Because there's a lot of nothing out here. And it would be really easy for them to hide some kind of uncharted island. We can't land in the water or go under the water or anything like that. But look at all this out here. This bottom right corner of the map is a huge zone of nothing. I'm trying to find like the exact bottom right corner. Is it like the actual visible bottom of this square? I guess it is, yeah. So the little squares, there's actually like a rule. Like you can see here, like these are little tiny hash marks in between the grid lines. So you could technically like map out these quadrants, or, you know, not quadrants, all these squares on like graph paper or something, and like methodically clear each one. Okay, so now I'm in the bottom left of the map. But yeah, this area is pretty large too. Unfortunately, our field of view is pretty limited. I don't have a way to like zoom in or out or anything like that. Boy, there's a lot of lag over here. Should I take that as a hint? But I feel like, I just feel like there's gotta be something. There's just so much nothing out here. Oh, now we're back over here. Okay, that's fine. And don't be fooled by any of the, like, foggy cloud movement. That's been happening the whole game. We're used to that. We found, like, when we first got the airship, we found a couple of, like, outlying islands that had, like, chests and things like that. But so far, we've only found two, I believe it's two map areas that were only accessible via airship. And this is the mainland right here. So yeah, here's one of these tiny little land masses. See, this is a weird one. Like, this little tiny slice of the map right here, only accessible via airship. But is there anything on it? No. You know, this could be a location where a dragon might show up. Because the other dragon showed up on the world map. These are regular enemies. We can do lots of farming of SP, which we're not super interested in. Let's check this inland sea over here really extensively. So we're going to go over here. Yeah, and I'm just going to kind of thread the needle between these two slices of continent. See if there's anything to see. A little straight there. Completed your daily challenges in Skate? Wait. Like the 2010s video game Skate creative? That had like the skateboard controller? You still rocking Skate? That's pretty sick. Okay, here's Jabral, here's the C Cube. We've been there. There's a new one in early access on PC. Whoa. That's pretty wild. I'm assuming you just play it with a controller then? Or do they have some kind of like special peripheral? Or is there a way to make like the old peripheral work? That was that game, right? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Controller only, okay. There has been a resurgence of skateboarding video games, which is pretty cool. That was called Skate It. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess Skate was just like the really hardcore, unbranded simulator, right? Where they were like going really all in on like getting the physics of everything right and making it like really input heavy or something. Maybe that was that one. But yeah, there's been a bit of a resurgence of skateboarding video games with like the 2000s nostalgia, which is kind of cool. Okay, here's this area. Actually, you know, we never tried to like walk up to these glass spires. We first got our airship here. Do these actually do anything? Can't really get close to them. And these giant scorpions are everywhere. And you can't use the barrier on them because they're too large. Yeah, you can't really get near these things, so I don't think they do anything. Oh, that's right, they put a bunch of it on the sticks. Yep. I remember that being a big deal. Okay, nothing remarkable here. Still missing a lot, but free to play. Skating's incredible, so you play a little each day. And they've incorporated like daily challenges, huh? That's kind of cool. That's smart, I guess. Okay, let's head east from here. I don't understand how this compass works. Yeah, I'm here for the 3D platformers. I'm a big fan of the 3D platformer collectathon era. That's a place where I cut my teeth. And I do have like the nostalgia for extreme sports games and also like silly sports games, but I don't really have the desire to play them. I have not heard of Demon Tides, no. Is that something that should be on my radar? I did actually back up. It's not really a 3D platformer, but an indie game that has 3D platformer elements. It also has like 2D platformer elements, but it's also like a Zelda-like. It's a very cool mishmash of things. That comes out in like a year or two. Let's go north now. Oh, that's not the way I meant to go. It's really hard for me to tell which compass direction I'm traveling in. So I think the way that this compass rose works is rather than the arrow pointing to where you're going, the arrow is always pointing north, like a regular compass. And then wherever the top of the compass is, like whatever direction is pointing towards the top of the screen, is the direction that you're actually going. But the way that the camera and the compass kind of like slowly rebound as you move makes it very challenging. Oh, thank you. Yes, I will check it out later. Thank you for doing that, because I will totally forget otherwise. Ding, 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 ding. No one, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Thursday. How are you doing? Welcome to the search zone. Same boat, you would have forgotten if you didn't do it right now? Yeah. The only other burning question I have, I guess, is like, is this a game where we have like a post-game state? You know? Is this a game where you go past the point of no return and then you beat the game and the credits roll and you go back to your last save? Or does like the state of the world change and you can kind of like cruise around and do stuff? Or is there stuff that's only available after you beat the end of the game, you know? There's a lot of different ways that that could go. And I could obviously find that out if I wanted to, but it kind of ruins part of the experience for me, so I have to stay in the dark about that. What you searching for? Well, that's the thing, no one, is we don't really know. We don't really know what we're searching for. I'm exploring some hunches at the moment. I'm kind of just doing a cursory skim of the uncharted waters of the map because I feel like there's a high likelihood that there's something. But I have no concrete information, really, to suggest that there is. The main thing is we have a consumable item that allows us to activate fast travel points. So we know that there's not only a finite number of fast travel points in the game, but also exactly how many. And we still have 3 of those items. So I feel like there could be like some hidden off the beaten path locations that we haven't been to yet, like a town or a dungeon that might be hanging out waiting for us somewhere. There's also a possibility, though, that if there's some kind of like post-game state, or if what I'm perceiving to be the end of the game isn't actually the end of the game, there's just more yet to come. So I'm just kind of surfing around. I think what I want to do, though, is because this search hasn't really turned up anything, I want to do 2 things. I want to go back to Colosso Village and talk to the tribe leader person that told us about dragons. And then I also want to fight that ice dragon that's outside of there. because those are two concrete things that we know that we can do. There's a chance that defeating the ice dragon will lead us down a path towards the other three. Steam Spring Sale has started. Very cool. Very cool. I guess I don't need to save here. This is the guy I want to talk to.
They say they saw a dragon to the west of here. That's frightening to consider.
That's all he says. Okay. So let's... is there anything near here? Not really. Guess we can... I want to be on the world map, but I don't want to, like, hoof it out of here. Oh, the kids like the TMNT games. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of Turtles in Time. I haven't played Shredder's Revenge yet, but I'm excited to at some point. It's right behind me, waiting for me. Shredder's Revenge is a masterpiece. Yeah, it's really cool that they just made that game. Where's my airship? I guess it spawns outside the other gate when you warp here. That's kind of interesting. Not every town has two entrances, so I guess they had to just assign one. I'm not like a huge side-scrolling beat-em-up fan, but I'm just a huge fan of Turtles in Time specifically. And like the couple of those that I played like back in the day in the arcades and stuff, like X-Men Arcade and God, what was that other one that we played a lot? There was another side-scrolling beat-em-up that I remember playing a lot. Oh, well, Simpsons Arcade, that's not the one I was thinking of, but that's a great game. Okay, so we're gonna fly over to the west here. Yeah, I never played Streets of Rage back in the day. I'm familiar with what it is, but... It was something that had, like, pseudo 3D elements, I think, I want to say. Okay, here's where the Ice Dragon is. So this is a very unremarkable location for this really powerful boss to just be hanging out. I'm just gonna save over this slot 3 that we did after the whatever point of no return turn back. Okay, so we're a little bit stronger than we were the last time we were here, but not that much stronger. And we don't have like a specifically curated build necessarily. But I kind of just want to see how we do. With just our normal build. We have all these accessories now that give us a bunch of elemental resistance. This thing spams AoE ice magic like mad. And I kind of just want to see where we're at as it stands. Let me give Morrow one more accessory here. I'm going to give him this belly button ring of water to see if he will absorb the ice magic. Because that would be a really easy way to trivialize this guy. Try to get the preemptive attack here. So the first time we fought this guy, he was basically indomitable. But let's see what happens now. It's the same team that did Shredder's Revenge. Cosmic Invasion. No, I haven't heard of that. I'm very out of the loop on indie games. I'm a bit of a curmudgeon about physical media, so and I also get overwhelmed really easily. So if there's just like a bunch of really cool games coming out and they're all just like digitally in the ether or relegated to Steam, I kind of just like throw my hands up in the air. I don't like playing games on my PC at all. And even ones that can be played on console, I'm not really big on like buying a digital game, which sucks because it causes me to like miss out on a bunch of stuff, but I don't know what else to do. I like very decidedly want some games to break through that barrier, because obviously I don't want to just stop playing new video games entirely, but I need some type of like guardrail blinder situation. I also just don't really have any capacity to buy games like anymore because I'm not working, so that kind of helps and hurts that effort. Okay, so he has Reflect up. I'm assuming we're not going to be able to get rid of that Reflect, but we could try. We have Erase, which can get rid of support magic. That might work. But the last time we tried to use this on somebody that had Reflect, it just reflected the Erase spell. So that's probably not it. So we won't have Kluk be able to do fire anymore after turn 1. So maybe let's just focus on defense here. We know that this thing is going to throw out a ton of ice magic. So, let's see. We could try to get Wallace on everybody. Wallace is such a funny name for a spell because it's just a name. Or we could go Shell Us. Let me see if I can... Oh, this only hits people in the front. Okay, so let's do Shell Us. We want it to hit everybody, so we charge it up a little bit. So I'm assuming once it gets to his next turn, he's going to start busting out his Blizzard spell nonstop. But he's given us a lot of opportunities to get started here. That preemptive was huge, actually. He spent his first turn putting up Reflect. So we're getting a lot of time to prepare here, which we didn't the last time we fought this thing. So hopefully Morrow will take no damage from ice magic, and everybody else should take limited damage because we have so many resistances on our accessories and the steel. I don't know what to do with Kluk, though. She can't cast attack magic, which is a bummer. She's our biggest damage dealer. So I guess we can try to just, like, have her do a bunch of support magic. Deal physical damage to front target. This isn't... Okay, this must just be a really bad translation. Maybe I can just charge this up and give everybody full... Oh, it's only the back row. Okay, I should have done it to the back row. Or the front row. Alright, we'll do that to the front row next turn. And I screwed up. I threw away her double cast as well. She can do 2 spells per turn, which is absolutely busted. Okay, what is this doing? Roar? Okay, he's gonna lower elemental resistance. That's perfect for Morrow to jump in front of because he should absorb it. Morrow's whole tactic is that we have him playing the role of like Knight, where he has huge HP, huge defense, and then he's supposed to jump in front of every attack and then also counter as much as possible. So he has a really cool build. Okay, let's try this again. So let's do attack up on the front row. And then second spell... we could go for Twickus. Twickus? Quickus. We could try to slow the boss. Well, actually, I'm not going to try to cast anything on the boss. I'm going to assume that everything gets reflected. So I just need to focus on buffs for my team. HP max up is not really that valuable, considering most people are so close to max already. So maybe we go for Quickest. Increase everybody's speed. Okay, he still hasn't started doing his ice magic yet. The last time we fought him, he did it like 2 and 3 times in a row a couple of times. And it was pretty nuts. Okay, so we already put up Shellis. We might as well do Wallace. Because this gives you a free dodge. Let's see what happens here. This should hit everybody. Okay, that's very manageable. Oh, but it's multi-hit. Okay, that's manageable, but it's very strong. So this should just negate one attack one time. So we can keep replenishing that with him in between heals. Kluk is going to be entirely buffing. Jiro is going to be buffing and healing. But so far, this is going fine. Ooh, 50% speed boost on everybody. That's huge. Alright, so our attackers are just doing fully charged regular attacks. Nothing too exciting there. Zola can't charge, but she attacks twice. Okay, this is Ice Breath. This is the other Ice AoE attack that he has. That only hits the front. So Morrow is not absorbing ice. Alright, so we definitely need to heal here. Let's do Zephyrus, because we have two characters that are pretty low. And I guess we'll take the full charge here. And this will just fully heal everybody. It's a little bit MP overkill, but it's safe. Major Kid aggro, oh no. Yeah, that would be cool to introduce them to the N64 stuff. We're very close to having a summon ready to go for Zola, so that's awesome. That should do a lot of damage to him. The summons seem elemental, but we don't really have any confirmation of that. Alright, Morrow got hit with a physical attack, and he countered. That's excellent. What more support can we do? I think we can stack Quickest, so it might be worth doing another fully charged Quickest. And maybe we do go for this HP max up. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. So... Alright, there's Quickest. And then... Ah, dang it. Okay, well, it's only for the back row. But that's fine. They're important to keep alive, so we'll go for it. We can do it on the front row next turn. So that should get everybody's max HP to 999. We've never used this before, so I'm actually curious to see, like, if it increases their max HP until they take damage that goes below it, or if it's for the rest of the battle. Like, can we heal back up to that extended max HP? That will be important to note. So let's see if this misses or if it hits. It misses. Okay. So we can't stack it. That's good to know. Okay, so their max HP went up into the stratosphere. It looks like it's gonna stay. That's good. Okay, Zola has Corporeal. We're gonna use it immediately. Hers is like ice themed, so hopefully it doesn't heal the boss. That would really suck. Because this usually does like 2,000 to 3,000 damage. Shout out to the lag. Very cool attack, though. So hopefully this doesn't heal the boss like 2,500 HP. Very confident that it's not reflectable, though. Nice rumble happening. Okay, cool. 2,700 damage. Love it. Let's see. We do need to heal... Do I just heal Morrow, or do I hit everybody? Probably hit everybody. We've got a lot of room to charge here, so I'm just going to do Zephyra. It'll probably fully heal everybody, if I can fully charge it. Save some MP. No need to do Zephyrus. It might not fully heal Morrow, but whatever. Okay, Kluk. What more can I have you do here? We can't do Quickest. We've already done HP max up on the back row. I guess I could do it on the front row. And then for a second spell, do I have any like support magic in my black menu? No. I wish there was a way to know like if its reflect has worn off, because I feel like it is going to wear off at some point. But there's not really any way for me to tell other than just to attempt to use something on it. I guess I could throw like a really low level fire spell at it as a test. Or maybe it'd be smarter to, I guess, throw a status move at it. We could try to throw a stat... Well, no, because then it might, like, miss, and then I won't really know. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna do a completely uncharged low-level fire spell and see if it reflects. Because it'll be very definitive. I'll get the information that I need. And if we, you know, take 200 or 400 damage from it or whatever, so be it. But if I can use attack magic on this thing, I really need to, because I could do 2,000 damage in one turn. Okay, he still has Reflect. Cool. Noted. That's what we needed to know. We're still looking pretty strong here. And he hasn't done any attacks like 2 in a row here, but it is a double hit, so that's kind of scary. Maybe that's what I was remembering. But I guess with us having our speed boosted, we're maybe preventing that. Do another fully charged Zephyra here. This is going very well. We're about to have Corporeal for Morrow. And Shu is not too far behind. So if this pattern persists, we should be fine. I don't see us getting depleted of resources in this battle or anything. I really don't know what to do with Kluk, though. until some of these buffs wear off, there's not really anything I can do. Other than just have her use basic attacks. Which is very silly. It seems like such a waste when she can cast 2 spells at once. Does this target the enemy? Okay, yeah, it does. Some of these sound like they target the enemy, but I guess I could check and make sure that they don't. Because if it targets me... I think it's a little too early to go for quickest. It looks like Kluke doesn't have quickest because she doesn't have the green thing underneath her. So maybe I'll just cast it on her. Well, but it's going to hit everybody, so I might as well just, yeah. If it replenishes, it replenishes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know? Yeah, it missed her too. I think it just doesn't... It's weird. It doesn't show it under the person whose turn it is. Because now it looks like Zola doesn't have it. But it's just because it's her turn. Okay, here comes Ice Breath. We like this because it puts everybody's tension meter up. Well, only the front row, I guess. Alright, Kluke, you're going to start physically attacking. 31 damage. That's so pathetic. I guess we could use, like, some attack items. We have some fire attack items that we never use. That'd probably be a much better use of her turn. Okay. Let's put Trap Florus up. We haven't done that. We might get some benefit out of that. As far as I know, that lasts the whole battle. Let's see here. We've got some rubies. Let's see how much a Grand Ruby does. He can't reflect this. Oh, he can. Wow. Okay. Holy crap, that's a lot of damage. Well, that put Morrow at Corporeal. 3 physical attacks all in one. Unfortunately, Trap Florus coming after that. Otherwise, we would have got some damage on him. I kind of want to heal Morrow with this turn right here. But I don't know if heal is enough to do it. I guess I'll just take what I can get. I don't want Morrow to die. If we can keep somebody from going down, it'll really keep the momentum up. Hopefully he survives this. But he might get double hit and just die. Okay, nice. His defense is so high. Okay, Corporeal. It's Morrow's turn to induce some incredible lag. We get to see the Saber Cat here. Oh, finger guns. I never noticed that before. That's really funny. So yeah, I'm really hoping that defeating this dragon will kind of like kick off some type of breadcrumb trail or chain of events that we can follow that will lead us to the other 3 dragons. Man, the way that they come back and land with like the sparkles is like so identical to the Aeons in FF10. It's like exactly the same. Okay, we definitely got a heal here. We don't have a lot of room to charge, so I'm going to do Zephyrus. This should be a full heal for everybody. Yeah. This thing's got to have like 10k HP too, because we've done a lot of damage to it. Alright. Shu has Corporeal now. Nobody's really in kill range, so I'm just going to attack here. Yo, what's up, MN? How you doing? What are you up to in Florida? Florida is a wild place. Stay safe out there, my dude. Okay, Zola got a free revive there. I don't even remember her having that accessory, but that's amazing. We'll take the full charge here. Driving gig for some music festival through Sunday. Oh, you're running sound for it? Very cool. Well, I hope it's fun. I hope there's no stereotypical Floridians that you gotta run into. Oh, you're just driving. Gotcha. That's kind of neat, I guess. You have to subject everybody that you're driving with to the song Roadman by Smash Mouth on the way back. You won't regret it. Great song off of Astro Lounge. You would get so fired? Why? It's a great song. I bet they've never heard it before. Is it like a super straight-laced thing? Are you like not allowed to talk to them? Some like high-profile people? Out of sight, item, out of mind, I see. Okay, it's one of those kinds of things. Talk if talked to? Dang, that's intense. That seems like it would be... That's like not a good mix for your personality. You're such like a friendly, like sociable person. It's probably pretty difficult for you. Cage the Elephant team last night. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. I don't know what to do with Kluk's turn. I can't even use attack items. There's like so little that I can do. Okay, so you're driving for like a bunch of different people? Not the same people? That's bizarre. What about these support items? Is there anything I can use here that's cool? Let me try using this on him and see if I can get rid of his reflect. Can you reflect this? Guard. Okay. Alright, we gotta heal again. Yeah, this is Blue Dragon. Yeah, we're like doing like end game optional wrap-up stuff before we go to like the final area. Have a good one, dude. Nice to hear from you. Be safe on the road and in Florida. America's armpit. We'll go like that much. Alright, and here's Corporeal from Shu. Come on, Shu, give us a big money here. Can we go over 3K? Hit him with the dragon. Maybe we can get some extra damage. It kind of seems like this one is fire elemental. Maybe it's earth. I don't know. There's two of these that both seem like they could either be fire or earth, and it's hard to say. Zola's is like obviously ice. Maro's could be wind or earth. And I think Kluk's is the other one where it's like we can't tell if it's fire or earth. And I think Jiro's is pretty clearly water. Maybe I have them flipped though. Defeated! We almost got the 3K and we took him down. All right. 2 dragons in the books. That thing had so much HP. Probably like 15K. Definitely the most HP out of anything we've fought so far. Okay, so what happens now? A chest appears. I'm hoping we'll be able to talk to the guy in Colosso and learn something now. Blizzard Dragon's Fang. Okay, that's what we would have expected. Let's look at that in the compendium. We might get a clue there as well. The first dragon that we fought was the Moody Dragon. Very funny name. Oh, I didn't go to the compendium. Okay. Where are they? Here we go. First, I want to look at this one. If you gather 5 of these, doesn't that sound familiar? I don't know what that's a reference to. Is that like FF6 or something? This is a Dragon's Fang if you gather 5. Okay, so it's the same description. Nothing telling about that at all. So let's go to Colosso again. Well, I guess we should save. Slot 4. But if we don't get some kind of clue to where these other dragons are, I don't really know what to do. Okay, I think it's time for the new orange marker. I finally bought new markers. We're going to retire that one. And bring in the new one. The orange marker and the blue marker get used the most. The rest won't take as long to run out, but I think the yellow and the red will be the next to go. They're used the next most. Pink, green, and purple are used significantly less frequently, and they'll take a long time to run out. Okay, Blizzard Dragon defeated. Let's warp to Colosso and see what the village elder says. I'm assuming he's going to react to the fact that we defeated the dragon. Maybe he'll give us a clue where another one might be? Will you be our dragon guide, sir?
You've already defeated the Blizzard Dragon? Is that its fang? But there were 5 sealed dragons. The rest of them must be somewhere in this world. If you collect all 5 fangs, bring them to me. Power too strong, but you might be able to use that strength.
Okay, so he doesn't tell us where they are.
I feel the presence of 3 more dragons.
Okay. So, not really any clues here. So, let's see here. Elder Baum in Colosso Village. Confirms the presence of 3 more dragons and says to bring us all 5 fangs. Now, every time we've been teased with some, like, massive power as a reward, it has been an accessory. So I have to assume that that's what he's got as well. There's no weapons in this game. So I don't know what other kind of, like, amazing power we could get, unless there's like a hidden, like, level 7 scroll or something. I'm helplessly hoping that we might get some kind of nugget from one of these guys about the dragons, but they're all so caught up with their matrimonial desires to talk about anything else. Okay. So, I feel like just the way that this game has gone, there's gotta be some way to figure out where these dragons are. Like something, somewhere, some type of indicator. Even if it's, like, really well hidden, I feel like there's gotta be something. And I'm trying to logically suss out who and where that might be. We could kind of, like, guess the biomes. because that was the blizzard dragon. The moody dragon was in a cave, and he was kind of sickly green. So, you know, maybe there's one in the desert, and maybe there's one on like a grassy area. And then I guess the third biome would be like the swamp or like a poisony forest or something. I don't know. Grasping at straws here. I don't feel like the expectation is that we're just gonna randomly stumble upon it on the world map. That seems too archaic of a method for this game. Like, clearly the moody dragon that we found way earlier in the game was something that you would only encounter if you were, you know, getting all the chests and stuff like that. And that kind of kicks off this whole side quest. But with the exception of that, you know, the blizzard dragon, we were told where it was. But nobody else has really talked about dragons. There's new dialogue here. Everybody's talking about these earthquakes. I'm just trying to like go through these locations in my brain and think about who might say something about a dragon. My first guess was King Jabral. But the last time we talked to him, he was just like, "Oh, it's nice to see you guys." And that was it. I'm trying to think of like other high-level NPCs. Oh, here's a thought. Speaking of Jabral, maybe now that we've defeated the Blizzard Dragon, we can get some info from the cafe. It's worth a shot, right? It's really quick and easy to check. So let's do that. I never believe Meg when she says there's new gossip. Okay, first aid urn. Cookie recipe. Technically that's new dialogue, but it's just a resolution. I guess we could talk to the Talta chief. I think we've done that, but I don't remember, so that's worth checking. First aid urn exists to calm people's anxiety. Interesting. How does that work? Nope. All right. No new dialogue here. One other thing I want to check while we're here is the rented house. We haven't stopped by there in a little bit. I think somebody was going to move in there. And I want to check in on it. Then we'll go talk to the Talta chief. See if he says anything cool. Lau.
Yo, welcome to our new home. Kluk, so you were safe after all.
Lau, I must have made you so worried.
I heard you were kidnapped, so I was worried. The most important thing is that you're okay.
Everyone's gone back to Talta Village, but I think we're going to stay here.
Okay, just a tiny little interaction. Klook. Fauna, nice to see you again. I am back. Everyone, take your time and relax. Oh, and try some of this. I made it myself. Oh, cool. An item. Alright, well that was nice. Nothing too significant, but something. We're about to get hit with an ad, so I'll go ahead and step away here. And when we come back, we're going to go to Talta and try to summon up a breadcrumb trail for these dragons. See you in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let's go to Talta. And talk to the Elder. A couple other ideas. I'm trying to think critically about where I could go where someone might tell me something about a dragon. And I don't have a ton of great ideas, to be honest. But I think the easiest guess is just towns, you know, because that's where NPCs primarily are. And that actually narrows it down quite a bit because there's not that many towns in this game. So we're going to make a little circuit here of important persons.
At long last, we've returned to the village. The reconstruction starts now.
Okay, we've already heard this dialogue. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, this is nice. Okay, the first place I want to go, though, is I want to go back to Lowell Mountain, and I'm curious if maybe the fortune teller says something. I'm sure she's just there to count the sealed chests. Maybe something happens where she does something different or says something special once you've gotten all the sealed chests. But maybe, just maybe, I feel like the fact that we've defeated this Blizzard Dragon is going to flip a certain number of event flags. And it's just a matter of, do we find any of them? I'm going to talk to everybody here, actually. Because the Sheep Tribe are very informational. It's also possible that these two remaining black chests are not beyond the point of no return. I shouldn't necessarily assume that. That's the easiest explanation, but I think it's also pretty reasonable to assume that you're able to find everything before you go beyond the point of no return. Okay, everybody's talking about glass spires here, for the most part. Not going to talk to shopkeepers. Blue dragon items. That's such an Earthbound moment. Okay, let's go to the other sheep camps and talk to all the sheep tribesmen, because it's very quick and easy to do so. And then what other towns are left after that? We didn't talk to everyone in Devour. So I guess we could do that. Oh, we should talk to the Patches Elder. Wait, what are you talking about? It definitely should have been hidden there. Maybe a monster took it away. What are you referring to? Maybe that's the King Ghost's treasure? What's up, Draconics? How are you? What's my criteria for making a good New Game Plus mode? Interesting question. I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that, because I haven't really actually done a lot of New Game Plus playthroughs, and I feel like I'm not usually like enticed by New Game Plus modes, and that's why I haven't done really very many or any. I think it's a great feature, and I guess my criteria That's hard to say. It's very game specific, but I guess if I was going to give a really broad answer, it would just be, you know, have as much customization as possible. You know, like you might do an item, you might do a New Game Plus where it's like, oh, here's a list of everything that carries over in your New Game Plus. And it's either everything or some of the things or one thing. And there's just no flexibility to it whatsoever. A more interesting New Game Plus would be like, oh, you can carry over your stats. Or like you can choose, you know, like, oh, well, I want to carry over my items, but I want to go back to level 1. Or I want to carry over my levels so I can have this like cozy story-focused playthrough that's not difficult, but take away my items. Or, oh, I want to keep everything, you know, and you could kind of like customize your experience. I guess that's like the ideal in my mind, is just maximum customizability. But I don't know, as a person who doesn't really replay games very often, I don't have like super strong feelings about it. Sometimes a New Game Plus setting, like where you can choose your difficulty, feels like something that should be available from the jump, which I really don't like. You know, if I have to beat the game just to get the full breadth of story content that you've created, or to be able to play the game on hard, or to get, you know, my character's ultimate weapons or something like that, I think that's really dumb. Like, just put it in the base game. Don't make me play the whole game twice just to get everything. Or, you know, with some of those Tales games, it's like 6 times if you're really into like collecting the titles and seeing all the different branching conversation scenes and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of nuts. And, you know, that's not a normal playthrough. Some of that stuff, like the branching nature stuff, is kind of separate because obviously you shouldn't be expected to put all that in one playthrough. That's what makes it compelling, is that you have to make a choice. But things like a difficulty setting, that feels really silly. You know, it's one thing if it's like a 10-hour platformer and you can play it on a harder difficulty on your second playthrough, and you have to play it one time first to like prove that you're ready. You know, that makes sense to me. But like a 100-hour RPG, come on. Just let me pick hard mode from the beginning if I want to, you know? Or let me change the difficulty setting on the fly. That would be the modern thing to do. Okay, let's go to Alumaru. Oh, actually, Mural Town is interesting. We haven't talked to any of these NPCs in forever. And I could see there being a dragon in the kind of mountainy, valley, canyon aesthetic. Biome, that's the word I was searching for and not finding. Where are the adult murals? Here we go. Don't remember that. I want to go back to the observatory room here too. But yeah, I actually don't know if there is a video game where I have actually done a New Game Plus playthrough. Like, there's definitely a couple where I've like started one and played like for a very short period of time, but I don't think I've ever started a New Game Plus on a game and played it all the way through again. It's usually like a thing that's like set aside for that, like, I ideal, you know, second playthrough, like in the distant future. You know, if I was ever gonna play Tales of Symphonia again, I could do the New Game Plus because I have my old save file, or you know, Wild Arms 3, or what's another one? No, I've only beat Chrono Trigger one time. And even that is like a little bit different, right? Like it's not really like a New Game Plus if you're like going back to like get other endings, right? It doesn't like carry anything over, does it? Or it like, maybe it like remembers some of the decisions that you made, but it's not really like a New Game Plus where you like bring over like your spells or your stats or anything, right? Maybe it is. I didn't think it was though. Oh, I do want to see this again. I was wondering. To the place where stories are told. You don't think it does? Okay. I do want to do a Chrono Trigger All Endings playthrough. At some point, though. Long ago, planet was ruled by magic. King with powerful magic ruled from the royal throne. Magic power dictated rights and law. Strict tenets and magic rules sometimes harshly persecuted those with little or no magical ability. Discrimination troubled the king. He ordered machines to be built to aid those who were unable to use magic. The machines were developed quickly for immediate use. Powered by magic. The eternal engine was invented. All those drowning in power were fated to perish in it. Power was restrained with more power. It feels like there's so many pieces missing from that story. Like there's such a leap there. Like there's the setup, and then it's just, yeah, and there was a war. But like, who were the two sides of the war? What, or was it multifaceted? What were they exactly fighting over? Oh, they're mentioning the earthquakes. Interesting. Wait, say that again? The folks in the central hall might know something. Oh, we already talked to them. Sorry, that's my Discord popping off in case anyone's getting triggered by that. I had to turn off streamer mode to look at something earlier while I was live. And so now my Discord's making sound. Normally the alerts wouldn't pop up because of streamer mode. Alright, let me talk to these people again and pay a little bit more attention. I thought I already did, and they didn't say anything useful, but... Day of Destruction will come again. It will likely be stopped by no one. That's terrifying. So they're just talking doom and gloom here. What you saw in the Southlands were the fruits of the ancients' grand wisdom. The Southlands? What's in the Southlands? Accessories, in, items, spells. Huh. Well, I guess I should hit the inn while I'm here. Okay, where else do we think we can check for stuff? Oh yeah, I said I was going to go to Alumaru. Or actually, I don't know if I said that, but I was thinking it. This is another town. This is a different, like, race of people, so they may have a lot of different perspectives. They might know something about dragons. We haven't revisited this place in a meaningful way in a long time. So there's probably a lot of new dialogue here. Everyone says that we are good kids. Thanks. The main people we want to talk to are Guru Guru and Sura Sura, and then the people in the tavern. I think they're the most likely to have new info. Most of these people seem to be saying the same stuff. Is this the shop? Yeah. Don't need to go in there. This was where Sura Sura was living, her friend. Right? Oh no, this is the scholar's house. What do you think of Gorgo mythology? It tells us that we are descendants of Gingaga and Dana. But there were no children between those two Gorgos after that. How should we view that? Sometimes a belief system leads people in mistaken directions. A false dogma spread in the blink of an eye and held the Gorgo beastfolk captive. Having faith is not a bad thing, but I believe that living nobly with faith and a strong spirit is also beautiful. The sight of Gorgo beastfolk who were given a god pledging their loyalty, that too is beautiful. However, I also believe that a people who are searching for themselves as they tremble in solitude is also a beautiful thing. You kind of lost me at the end there, but I don't think any of this is new. I feel like he said all of this before. And we're able to just view it again. Yeah, there was some wild lore in this house that we got. Very unexpected. Oh, I just realized, too, another thing that's perpetuating my idea that there's another town in this game is that we haven't finished one of the book stories. And so we need there to be another location that has bookcases. And they've only been in towns. I feel pretty confident that we haven't missed any bookcases. I suppose it's possible we've missed like one somewhere, you know? Which would really suck. But we finished 2 of the 3 stories. But the one about a robot, Portrait of an Ancient Machine, or whatever it is, we haven't finished that one yet. Okay, where are the newlyweds? Here they are. Okay, same thing. Same thing. Can't pull the bell. Okay, let's go to the tavern. Maybe something's going on there. Nobody here seems to be talking about the earthquakes or anything that's going on. They all seem to be saying the same things that they said, you know, 70 hours ago on disc 1. So maybe they're just insulated. I don't remember you being here. They're still just in here, wasting away watching the show, watching Kurudin. Yep, no new info here. We can't talk to her. She's busy dancing. Okay. Is it worth going back into Jilala's house? Is it just vacant? It's weird to think that there's nobody in that mansion now. This town theme is so Dark Cloud. It's like, it's very powerful. If there's anywhere we missed a bookcase, this could be it. False treasure chest, shout out. Oh, that's the basement. Okay. Don't need to go down there. The bedroom. We've been in here before? This looks new to me. It's just been a long time. Can we access the final dungeon? Well, we don't know if it is, in fact, the final dungeon, but we do have access to what we perceive to be the final dungeon. We watched the cutscene earlier. We tested it, and we saw a cutscene where the party was like, okay, if we go down there, Nene's probably down there, but we can't get out if we go in. Are you sure you want to go in? You know, and then we said no. So it like very clearly outlined that it was the point of no return. We don't know if it's a dungeon or not, but it probably is. And I guess we also don't technically know that it's the final dungeon, but it sure seems like it. I have played games where the point of no return is not right before the final boss or the final dungeon, and there's like a whole chapter of the game that's after the point of no return. That does happen sometimes, but it's very rare. Okay, we're done here. Turned up nothing. We're kind of running out of places to explore. I guess we could go to Baroi. We might get some information from the robots. They might know something. Or wait, they're not here. That's right, Baroi Town is deserted. They all went to go serve Nene. Sad face. Smashy, welcome in. How are you? Actually, let's go to the temple.
You don't understand.
There he is. Mark. Me when I find out I'm getting taken off the prize wheel. What the? It's a war mecha robo. It is! It really is! And look at that mark there. Nene, we better be careful.
Game inventor.
This is like old
games.
text.
I sold games. It's nice. I played it. I'm sorry, I have to say no.
Draconics with the alley-oop there. Alright, I don't think we need to go back down here. I don't think we're going to learn anything new. Are any of them in that place in the underground river? Or like in between here in the underground river? I don't think it's going to be worthwhile to revisit the place where the Moody Dragon was. I don't think we're going to learn anything there. No, all these people are gone. So we have been pretty much everywhere except for Patches, where there are like a significant population of NPCs. I don't think I need to walk around Jabral and talk to every single NPC. It's possible that the info I'm looking for is locked in such a way. But I'm going to talk to the Patches Elder. That seems like a pretty good guess. And maybe we'll talk to, like, the rich, snooty noble guy as well. Forgot his name. But if this doesn't turn up anything, I think my next move is actually probably to go deeper into the point of no return. And try to learn more. Like, at the very least, we could find out... we could find out if there's, like, a warp key point inside. You know, that would be something. Oh, he has a spell shop in his house. That's kind of cool. Then we would at least know, okay, we're looking for 2 more rather than 3 more. Although I guess that's not necessarily definitive either, because there could be more than 1 past the point of no return. But I also feel like there's probably not a warp key point past the point of no return, because why would there be? If it's really a point of no return, we probably can't warp out. I guess maybe it might let you warp just to the beginning. Like, you could warp to that warp point and no other ones, but that seems very unlikely. Alright, let's see if this guy says anything. He's probably not going to, but... yeah, I don't really know what else to do. I don't... without some type of, like, tool or obvious place to go to try to get a lead... oh, he's not even in here. Where is he? Where is the Patch S Elder? He's not in his house. He must be out wandering around somewhere. Okay, well, this will be faster. Just warp to Patch S again. So he's out wandering around somewhere. Maybe he's just out in the square. He wasn't in front of his house or in his house. And he's not in his observatory shed behind his house. Oh, yeah, here he is. Oh! Okay, yeah, he doesn't say anything. New. We'll go talk to Fancy Pants. Oh, wait, you're Fancy Pants, aren't you? Okay, he talks about the glass spires. That's new, but not useful. Big Family's house. What castle are you talking about? Mecha base? It's not really a castle. But yeah, with... like, other than just scouring the world map, I don't know how we're going to be able to find anything. There doesn't really seem to be any type of path forward here. We know that the dragons are associated with ancient machinery. It's they told us when we learned about the dragons that they're like sealed away until some certain piece of ancient technology like reawakens. And I don't remember what we did in Calasso to summon the Blizzard Dragon, but there was something associated with it. Yeah, I don't really want to look it up. Just because that, like, kind of takes the fun out of it. And also, if I did try to look it up, I would definitely see information that I don't want to see as well. Let's see here. Ancient factory, ancient prison. No. Let me go to Devour one more time. I don't think there's going to be anything here, but I want to talk to the old lady. Oh, controller, why you disconnect? I'm going to talk to the old lady here. Really quick, just to say that I did. She's like the one significant NPC here that we didn't talk to. I think she's in here. Thank you for lovely chat. Hello, old lady. Everybody's talking about these earthquakes. I don't know, like, maybe there is something going on at the Glass Spires. I should go over there one more time. Everybody's talking about the Glass Spires. And maybe they were just talking about them before we went there and got the airship. And they're just still flagged to keep talking about it because there's not anything new for them to say. But we didn't really have, like, a key event with the Glass Spires. Like, we witnessed them go from non-moving to moving, and then Zola just arrived in the airship, and we were reunited, and we got our airship, but then we, like, immediately flew away and started goofing around. We didn't actually do anything with the Glass Spires after they started moving, and maybe there's something that we can do? There's a yellow point of interest dot for the Glass Spires, and it turned orange once we found a ship part in a chest over here, and it's one of the few that we didn't have to do anything to earn. But maybe there's actually something that we can do here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And you can't get very close to them. But maybe I should just, like, really walk up to all 6 of them. Walk around them. You can zorb some enemies. While we're at it. Oh, you're new. Okay. Look at that. Chief Rolling Barb. New enemy. Hiya. This ought to kill him. Ooh. That was devastating. Well, we didn't need to do water damage there. 1200. Absolute overkill. Okay, now we can zorb the red little guys. Just not the big red guys, the big scorpions. Because, yeah, these things make noise. There's all these little crystals on the ground. But nothing's interactable. As far as we can tell. Are you new? No, you're not new. But I think these are all just points of visual interest. Or, you know, maybe something happens with these, like, when Nene presses a button, you know, because he controls, like, everything. And they're just waiting for for their activation code. You know? We don't really know why they started wiggling and slicing the earth up. Alright, nothing happens here. Fair enough. But we checked. Now we can hoof it back to the airship. And I don't think I can, like, fly into them, but I guess I'll try that one more time. But we're pretty much back at the point where the only thing that we know of to investigate is that point of no return. And unless we can go there and, like, really quickly get an indication that there's going to be, like, an end game state where we can continue to round stuff up, I don't think the answer is going to be just to go there. Unless, you know, we decide that just we give up. Because we don't know how to do anything else. Oh yeah, I want to remind myself, actually, what is this? I want to go back to this point of interest because I don't remember what it is. Is it C-Cube? Oh, it is C-Cube. Okay. Alright, let me get on the ground so I can warp. And let's go to... where was I gonna go? Patch S? Oh, whoops. Wrong place. Yeah, let's do it again. Let's poke our heads into the point of no return further. We'll drop another save before, obviously. But I think I need more information. I might not really get any new information. I'll probably mostly just get some confirmation of assumptions. But we'll see. Nima has joined us. What a delight. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing here. Warp to the nearest town. Fly over to the purple star. But this time we're going to say yes, and we're going to go in and see what happens. Okay, and we want to go northwest. There we go. Wait, no, I'm going southeast. Okay, God, this compass is so confusing. There. Okay. So drop down right here. We'll save again. Slot 5. And we'll call this Purple Star Check 2. It's funny that there's all these enemies like guarding this crater, but you can't actually access it on foot. Also, just like from a Final Fantasy VII perspective, the fact that this is like a northern crater that's snowy is really funny. Enter the deep zone. Yes. Here we go. We're going in. Probably not for the last time, but we're going to see what we can learn.
Wait a sec! Why? There's something wrong. It's an earthquake! A really big one! The planet is shaking. Take us higher! Right.
Oh, okay. The glass spires are doing something. They're continuing to cut the planet. Oh god, natural disasters are happening. Very scary.
What's happening now? Sola, take us even higher!
Oh. We're in space. Whoa. Holy smokes. What? Excuse me. Whoa. The whole planet is sliced in half. Like a...
Impossible. Was it real?
I don't even know what that's like. Reminds me of like a toy.
What? Is what real? When I was escaping Nene's fortress, I wound up in this room. I saw something strange. It was a huge complex of ancient ruins, split in two, but not falling apart. It was too crazy to think that it was a representation of this planet. So I thought this was just some mad delusion.
Space.
We've hit the limit. We're losing altitude.
Oh no, the violet cloud.
It's the violet clouds.
Is that Nene?
Oh god.
Behold, I am the almighty Nene, the lord and ruler of this world. At last, I've restored this planet to its true form. All of you who have lost your magic do not deserve to live. However, if you swear to serve me as slaves, I'll allow you to remain in my restored paradise. The world is now the way it was in ancient times. This is the world people were meant to live in. But if you act against me, I shall not permit you to remain in my paradise. You shall endure never-ending natural disasters. In a world without any magic, you will suffer endlessly with no salvation. Decide for yourselves and make your choice. Loyalty to me or eternal darkness. Do you see now the suffering that exists? This is what's happening to the towns and villages that chose to disobey me. That's right. And yours could be next.
let's go.
Yeah, that's right. We're not gonna let him do whatever he wants.
Nene should be somewhere inside the planet.
Ooh. Oh, is this ship time? Yup. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write down some stuff here. So Nene appears as a giant deity and explains that this is the planet's true form. Anyone who decides not to follow him will be subject to his suffering. He says those without magic are not worthy and must serve him. The party observes this from space and then flies towards the center of the planet, where we perceive Nene to be. Okay, I'm gonna check out what this is and I'm gonna proceed, but I still feel like we're probably gonna back up. I want to make it to the next gameplay section, and I'm not counting this mini game. Okay, automatic movement, shoot the thing. Machine gun A. What's the missile button again? B, okay. A and B. Destroy the land shark so you can arrive safely at the world inside the planet. Okay. So I actually may have been right that, like, this is a point of no return where we're not actually at the end of the game and we're just at, like, a new part of the game where the previous part of the game is inaccessible, but there's still, like, a good amount of game left. And we're not actually in, like, the final dungeon or anything. Alright, well, we have a ton of upgrades now, so bombs away. I don't know what I'm shooting at, but I'm out of missiles. Oh, something's happening. We did it? It's dead? No. Phase 2. That was tricky. Shooting these missiles all way out wide. How am I supposed to shoot all these? Oh, okay. It just took control away from me. We must have got it. We're very confident for having no idea where we're going. Look at all these cubes. What's with the cubes? Minecraft? Are these like the building blocks of the world in like a super literal way? We've only seen water cubes up to this point, but now we have like lava and rock and earth. And this giant pillar of light, which kind of looks like fire.
Look at that! The ancients must have modified this entire planet.
Modified the planet?
Why would they do it?
Kind of seems like they built the planet.
Maybe it has something to do with magic.
Magic?
With magic, anything is possible. That might be what created this world. I think I can understand why Nene calls this paradise.
But that still doesn't give him any sort of reason to destroy our world like that. He declares himself king and tells us all how great he is. But people like that are no good at all.
Cube worlds. Is this... Oh. I have control. Excuse me? Okay. This looks like a robot. Hello. Mecha Robo Cube. Hello. Is that Yasato? Ooh, a chest. That's a stat up item. It is Yasato.
Yasato!
Hooray! You made it out of there!
How?
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm so glad.
Okay. Wait. A warp key point. Okay, this is huge. This is good information. But I'm guessing I can't warp. Yeah, I can... Okay, so I can only warp to other places within this part. Okay, so this must be a pretty large part of the world. So I think we can pretty safely assume... Look over there. Is that a black sealed chest? Oh my god, that's... Okay, wow. We got such good information. I'm going to pause because we're going to take an ad break. And I have a lot to consider here. We'll talk about it when I come back. See you in a few minutes.
I'm the best!
Okay, I'm back. Just waiting for this game to give me an opportunity to pause. There we go. Okay. Back over here. Okay, so we have a lot to consider here. We are in a new game state. This is not a final dungeon. This is like a separate world map. And this is probably like the final chapter of the game. That's going to take a decent chunk of time. We already know that there's a warp key point here, so I think it's reasonable to assume that the other two that we don't have yet are also here. We can see a sealed black chest in the distance, so I think it's reasonable to assume that the two chests that we haven't found yet are also here. However, I don't think it's reasonable to assume that the other 3 of the 5 dragons are here. I feel like if we want to do something with the 5 dragons, we have to go back to the last save. But I think I think I'm okay with continuing with this line here for a considerable amount of time longer, possibly to the end of today's stream, to see if we can glean a little bit more information. I know we're not going to be able to go back to the overworld, but with how long we're probably going to be here, there's bound to be, you know, shops and, you know, all the resources and amenities or whatever that are on the overworld. And I think we'll just keep this save slot 5 alive. Number 5 is alive. Perpetually, so that we always have a way to go back. And even if it's going back, you know, 5 or 10 hours or something, we can, if we want to. If we learn something, or you know, if I read through my notebook again and have a eureka moment or whatever. Obviously it's risky, because the longer I continue through here, the more likely I'm going to be to just be like, screw it. You know, we'll just leave the other 3 dragons behind or whatever. And, you know, I don't have like a commitment one way or the other. I can do whatever I want. So we're going to go to save slot 1 here. But if we save enough times to get down to 4, we'll skip over 5 and go back to 1. That's how this will work from now on. I guess I could also, like, for safety, maybe try to copy save slot 5 into, like, slot 6 and 7 or something like that. I can't do that on this menu, though. I'd probably have to do that in, like, the Xbox menu. So we'll save in slot 1 here. And we'll call this Mecha Robo Cube. I need to write down probably a few more notes as well, because we did see another cutscene since I last wrote. Well, maybe I'll talk to Yasato first, actually, because he's probably going to have some new lore. We think that you are all our true masters. Why is it that humans have such gentle hearts? I'm sorry, I was just very moved. Everyone is saying that you are worthy of our more worthy of our service than Nene. Oh, Draconics kicked out the notebook. That's not going to auto-hide, so... I will kick it back out if I actually do start writing, though. Oh, to be able to serve you, let us tend to your weary spirits. Oh, okay, you're an inn. Got it. Oh, that just restored MP. So what, this one's going to be HP? Status ailments. They each heal a different thing. That's kind of funny. Okay. A little bit cumbersome, but it's cute. Whoa! Slow down there. Oh my speed has increased too much. I can't stop easily anymore. I had a garage in Baroy a while back, and I've still got some parts. Since you saved me, please take this. Oh, that's an accessory. Why did the screen fade there? Pretty sure we already had one of those. Wait, there it is. Yeah, it's not a very good accessory. I am perfect at cleaning, laundry, babysitting, and homework. Won't you bring one of us with you? We don't really have room for that. Ah, I see. That is unfortunate. Instead, then, please take this. He wants to join the party. That's kind of funny, actually.
You saved my life. Please allow us to serve you again. If you require accessories, please purchase them from those vending machines.
Are these new? Oh, yeah, I don't... Oh, we've looked at these before. I just don't own them. Because we have such good stuff. These would be great if we weren't doing, like, all the side quests and stuff. But because we have so much good stuff, these are, like, junk. Is he making all that noise, or is that the kiosk? Ooh, cures all status ailments. Finally. God, we've needed that so badly. That's going to make such a huge difference. Thank you for offering us the chance to start again here in Baroy. Wait, what? After moving here, we now have a good selection of spell books. Please look them over. He just referred to this place as Baroy. Is that an accident? I had intended to wait for my master forever in the house up by Baroy's temple, but this world makes me nostalgic somehow. I would be very happy to continue to wait for my master here. The aesthetic of this place is wild. This is like... It's very, like, rocket robot on wheels coded. What parts do you need today? It's a great day for parts. A great day for parts. Oh, this is a different shop. I ran Baroy's item shop. Thank you for your patronage before. We are now able to assist you all because you saved us. I am now responsible for that vending machine, but I kept this to give it to you. It's to thank you for saving us. Please accept it. Okay, so here's our hub of shops. Why are there 2 item shops? So this is like all the standard stuff that's at every item shop. What's in this one? Oh. Interesting. Okay, this is weird. So we can buy Radiant Flower and Zephyr Chocolate, and we can buy bananas, but we now are not able to travel to the place where we can redeem them for anything. So this kind of gives you a sense that you're going to be able to go back at some point, because there would be no reason for us to buy these otherwise, right? If we were never, ever, ever able to go back to the overworld, we wouldn't have any reason to be able to buy these. I mean, yeah, technically this is like a low-level consumable that you could use, but it's like so bad that it's not worth using. And this literally has no function. So it could be a thing where, like, you could just blow all your money on these to have them for, like, a new game plus, which may be a thing. Or there's a way to go back and we could use them to stockpile a bunch of really great items for, like, the dragons or something. This is intriguing. Okay, I'm going to make a note of this. The secondary item shop on Mecha Robo Cube sells Radiant Flower, Zephyr Chocolate, and banana. Very important information. I'm not going to buy any of those just yet. Okay, so we have the, like, 5 little offshoot paths here. So here's where we came in. Where do the rest of these go? Oh wait, I should be checking for examinables. I totally forgot. Oh, thank you for Radiant Flower. See, why would they be giving me a whole bunch of this? How do you like it? It's a squeaky clean cube, right? I polished it for you. Oh, and I found this while I was cleaning. Please take it as a token of my gratitude. Oh, nice. Another Aurora droplet. That's really good. Okay. So here's a black sealed chest with a stat up item in it. It's been so long I forgot my syntax. Mecha Robo Cube. We'll just call this Shop Hub Chest. Mega MP Up Elixir. And I'll just have to remember that if I go back, that I don't actually have these and I have to get them again. Okay, so these are not searchable. I'm such a slacker, slacker, whoa, whoa, no orders, great life, la la la. That's what we all aspire to be. More stat up items. Did I talk to this person? No. Okay. So is there anywhere that we can actually go, or is this just a hub? Oh, that looks like something. There's like a black hole over there. Allow me to help you in upgrading the medicine. Wait, do I have 99 mega medicines? Or does he just only do it one time? We have 98. Interesting. But apparently he'll just convert a bunch of medicines into... Oh, there's a nothing mecha robo here. Interesting. Okay. That's another very important detail. There is a mecha robo that counts nothings. So they're like really quickly kind of establishing, hey, you're going to have access to like pretty much all your normal stuff. What is this? When the planet was split, a dimensional break occurred. One of them is here. If you enter it, you can warp back in time to the moments before the planet split. If you then enter the hole passing through the center of the planet, you should return to this time dimension. Okay, wait, is this a way to take me back? And the point of no return doesn't actually exist? You will return to a time before the planet split. You can also return here. Oh, okay, so we might just have a full-on... Okay. So where is this going to be? Just right here. And then we can just go right back in. But we're not actually back in time. We have all the stuff that we got before. What could I check with? Oh, I guess I could... A really quick test would be to go back in and buy those ingredients. Yeah, I have 11 Aurora droplets. And I now have 1 Radiant Flower that I didn't have before. Okay, so there's not actually a point of no return. Or at least not yet. This is a good way to explain around the idea. Like, it kind of is a point of no return, but they wanted a way for you to, like, gameplay-wise be able to play around it. Okay, that's really cool. So we're not actually stuck here. We're going to keep exploring. And then this is the last node of this little hub. Oh, here's another black sealed chest. Here we found records of the ancient civilization that is asleep in the world. Speak to everyone here. They will give you information about these records. We have records of the factory that made the auroras. It was in a bitter cold place and made all kinds of different auroras. The ancients enjoyed these beautiful auroras like they were fireworks. Okay, we've been to Aurora Ruins. There is a record from the Mechat repair plant. The plant was sunk in a caldera lake and reappeared when the glass spires awoke. But the parts factory was destroyed in an ancient war, so there are no more supplies. You'll have to bring your own parts if you need to upgrade your Mechat. Okay, we know about that. There is record of a great castle that floated in the sky. This aerial base had what could be called a perfect defense system. In addition, it makes attacks against moving objects, which makes it very difficult to approach the base. That's Upper Mecha Base. Done that. There is a cube that has made use of seawater. A mysterious cube that ingested various ocean life forms along with seawater and created a unique ecology. The reason why this cube was created was intentionally deleted from our records. Okay, we went there. Records tell us that there is a base of those machines that you call Land Shark. It may be difficult to find the base since the ancients camouflaged it well to blend it into its natural surroundings. Using special components, the Land Shark could operate forever just by moving through the earth. Okay, this sounds like something new. A base of the machines called Land Shark. So... Oh, no, that's probably the ancient ruins forest. Yeah. Okay, so these are like all the optional dungeons, basically. These guys are here to tell you about all the optional dungeons back on the overworld. Okay, and then here's another black sealed chest, so we should be all done with sealed chests now. There may be other barriers that we need to get into, like doors in certain areas, but no more chests, according to the fortune teller. Mecha Robo Cube. What did I call this? Shop Hub. Shop Hub Chest 2. And this time we got a Mega HP up elixir. The other one was MP. Okay, well, I am super glad that we pushed through and came here, because we basically learned that there's just more game and there's no point of no return. We're good to go. We have no reason to believe that using the little wormhole to go back in time has, like... Oh, thank you. We have no reason to believe that, like, the dragons aren't going to be there anymore, you know? Because we're literally going back in time. So I think it's really... really clear. It's weird that it has all this stuff, as if, like, we need to give you all the resources because you're not going to be able to leave, but then you can leave. Okay, how many bananas can I buy? I can just buy a huge stack of bananas? This is wild. Okay, let's buy 10 bananas. Wait. Do I not have negotiate equipped? Or does negotiate not work because it's a self-checkout? Can we not... Oh no, I don't have it equipped. Okay, I'm glad I checked. Goodbye, stun bomb. We don't need you. There. I'm gonna buy 10 bananas, 9 radiant flour, and 8 Zephyr chocolate. So we'll get 10 of the elixir item, I forget what it's called, and 10 cookies. But before we go back to the overworld, I'm gonna save again. And I'm gonna fly around in the ship, because I think that's what we're actually supposed to do next. We'll call this Mecha Robo Cube. Pre-explore post shop. Because if there's like, I want to get a sense of how large this secondary overworld is. I feel like I could mostly tell by looking at the map. But we're also like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I just want to take a look here. So we hop back in, and I'm assuming we can just fly around, right? Yeah. Okay, it's really hard to get a sense of the scale here. So there's 2 blue squares. Are those the only places I can go to? Probably. It looks like it's probably whatever this is. This looks like a little atmosphere. This is something. Primitive cube. And we're just on the ground. Okay. Checkpoint.
This is so different from the surface.
Uh-oh. Don't eat it, Morrow. No.
Morrow, that might be poisonous.
Poisonous?
You shouldn't have eaten that. Nene's around here somewhere. We don't know if he set any traps.
It's delicious!
I guess we were worried for nothing.
They're like apple-sized cherries.
Nene is really around here.
It sucks that we have to assume that he's just everywhere. Oh god, a T-Rex. With piercings. Oh, and it's a robot. Sure, I'll fight you. This guy's cool. I-beam. Okay, he's not very strong. Stand firm. Does that mean you're like... Oh, he farted. Incredible. Oh, and he drops a giant poo boss. Okay. That was incredibly silly. A jumbo poo and a mechosaur. Well, I bet he can summon more minions. So we'll probably want to... The mechosaur also has multiple target points. Let's do this. Let's use our double cast to hit both of them. I don't foresee this being that difficult of a fight, but we'll see. I'm going to put up Trap Florus. That seems like a good idea. And then Shu actually does AoE with his regular attack. And we haven't been able to take much advantage of that. So we'll just have him attack the primary boss and splash damage the Jumbo Poo. We've seen the Jumbo Poo before. We've fought it before. I think it's reasonable to assume that it's not as strong as this new guy that summoned him. Okay, yeah. The Jumbo Poo is gone. Cool. Okay, there's Trap Florus. I can't believe you farted. 100 hours in and we've only had our second fart joke. Nice counter, Morrow. Belt of Hermes, that's an unbelievably good steal. Double flare. Slap. I guess I'll use Jiro's turn to scan this thing just for funsies. I could put Shield this on everybody for extra protection, but I think we're good, honestly. And we don't need a secondary item. It's fine. Digests and excretes garbage. Sees humans as garbage because of their wasteful ways. Oh, so it's a holier-than-thou Mechosaur. Got it. Trap Florus is doing work. Love to see it. Here comes some big damage. Wouldn't be surprised if it dies here. Okay, still alive. Pretty strong dude. I still can't attack that left eye. Oh, yes I can. Okay. Maybe we need to do this. I'm assuming if you destroy the left eye, it can't do the beam attack anymore. But we still need to focus damage on the front guy. But that attack just isn't very strong. Oh, he's going to fart again. Oh, that one was silent. We'll have Zola attack the poo. This thing does not have very much health. I guess we'll put Shieldus on. We don't really need it, but I don't know what else to have Jiro do. Oh, okay, everyone just died to Shu's attack. All at once. That was bizarre. Good job, Shu. Okay, is Zola caught up enough now? I think she's still probably pretty behind. We'll leave the lay on a little bit longer. Oh.
Nene, you can use magic again. Very impressive.
Where are you?
No one can use magic in this world. We are the only ones.
Only one!
So what?
I shall make you my retainers. What do you say? You shall rule over those pitiful masses who are unable to use magic.
Why should we do anything that dumb?
Ah, you see. Then I shall choose the successor to my throne from among you. Come before me, as I am the true king of this world. I will show you the greatness of the power of magic.
Abruptly stopping rock music.
Ooh, he makes me so mad. That jerk is always talking like he can have his own way. Who does he think he is?
He's the king!
Oh, Maru, I wasn't really asking a question.
But he's the king! And since he's the king, he makes his own rules!
Well, yes.
Well, he's very different from King Jabral.
Nene's rules make people unhappy. He misuses his powers. It's that kind of arrogance that has caused war in the past and has already destroyed the world once.
Okay, now I'm writing. So Nene says he will make us his retainers and that we can rule over the lowly non-magic users. Of course, we decline, and Nene says that he will choose the successor to his throne from among us. That's concerning. For a lot of reasons. He claims to be king of this world. I guess I should also note. After Nene leaves, a door opens. So we're very much like, I guess, literally, we are in his world right now. And he's just kind of like taking us on a guided tour through this, what might not even be real, I guess. Oh, there's enemies here. Well, hello. New entries. Wow, that's a big mob. I mean, these guys are all gonna die in one hit, right? Kluke's just gonna do double magic. Zola got another turn? Wow. Incredible. Oh yeah, we can just do this. But yeah, I think Clue can just go literally just water, water, both just completely uncharged. and it's going to be enough. Moth enemies are very weak. And Kluk is unbelievably strong. So maybe you have to come here and then backtrack in order to do the 5 dragons thing. That would make sense now that we understand how this works. Magic attack +1, Kluk. Whoo! Just barely got that. I was mashing for it. They're just popping up everywhere. They're everywhere! All these little flowers to search. It's kind of a lot. Okay, I think that's our 4th Kellalon necklace. We have a full stack of those now. If we ever wanted to go full Kellalon mode and run that gambit. Oops. Shouldn't have mashed through that. Boy, there is a high spawn rate for these. This is kind of a large area. We got a little bit whisked away by the cutscene, so we haven't explored really any of this. We're gonna have to walk around the perimeter. Looks like that's the only enemy type here. Oh yeah, here's the fruit tree. Cute little tree. Well, I think it's pretty safe today that we're safe to say that we're not finishing Blue Dragon today. It's definitely possible we could finish it tomorrow, though. It just depends. Okay. Now we can go around this side. But it seems like there is quite a bit of game left, even if we didn't do any more optional stuff. But it's hard to say for sure. It feels like there will definitely be like another decent-sized dungeon. I feel pretty confident about that. But there's a world where there isn't. But I really like what they've done with the point of no return here. And I'm also really, really thankful that I decided to go as deep in as I did to make that discovery, because I would not have predicted that. And we would have just been out in Assumption Land. Guess World. Pondersville. Agility to Jiro. I wonder if 999 is the max for all the other stats, too. It'd be pretty wild if you got your attack stat to 999. But I guess it has to be 999. I mean, what else would it be? Pretty sure we have stats going beyond 500. And it's obviously not 255. So... okay, is there a way to get over there? No, there isn't. Boy, you could farm a heck of a lot of SP out here, though. These guys are just... they are abundant. Alright, we're going to save again. This is going to be save slot 3. We'll call this Primitive Cube. Post search pre-door. I feel like there's going to be a warp key right inside this door, since there isn't one out here. That seems pretty reasonable, but we'll see. Primitive cube level 1. Okay, this looks like a dungeon. Wow, this is not what I was expecting this place to look like. I don't see a warp key. So that's kind of surprising. Unless it's like on the other side of this room, I'm not sure what to think. We have, unfortunately, seen a couple of dungeons that don't have warp keys. Only just recently. And it's not enjoyable. What is this guy called? Lost Temple Turtle? Land Temple Turtle. Oh, okay, that's an interestingly informative name. I wonder if we're gonna do 4 temples here in the Cube Worlds. Or maybe like the, you know, this is Primitive Cube level 1, and this is like the land temple, and then maybe level 2 is a different elements temple. Trying to look across the room. That kind of looks like a warp key point over there. Is this a warp key? Ow. I don't think I can use the barrier on these guys because they're too big. You gonna let me run away? Oh, this is like a puzzle dealy whopper. Okay. Okay, I kind of want to backtrack out of here then. Okay, we'll fight this guy. This is new. I don't know how I got a back attack on him, but okay. What is he called? Bawa Bawa? Boa Boa? Bawa Bawa? Weird name. You stole Ruby. It just occurred to me that this game doesn't have an auto battle. I don't know why that thought chose to pass now. Yeah, Zola's still a little bit behind on EXP. Okay, there's another device over there. Okay, so I can bonk you now. This is very Final Dungeon-y music. Is that a puzzle? Because that looks like a door over there. That's probably the destination. Let me go ahead and get this guy. I guess it might also be a good idea to see like what kind of stuff we're getting from chests in here. Okay. That's kind of what I was wondering. Like, are we just going to get, like, nothing but stat-up items now? Alright, well, we can at least keep the barrier up to stop those guys from getting the drop on us. I'm just going to clear out this first room of chests and then walk out. Okay, that's fine. Can still leave with that like that. Because it looks like that's where we need to go. But how do we get over there? Oh, that's probably through the door, huh? Oh, maybe that's where we need to go? Nope, that's a chest. Oh, there's another one of these. Ah, okay. These guys are annoying. It would be really strange for the warp key. Oh, hello, you're new. It'd be really strange for the warp key point to not be either outside of this place or right inside. We don't really know how large it is, but it would be weird for it to be like 2 rooms in, you know? Oh no, 33 damage. What do we do? Oh, he's charging. Better watch out. He's got a lot of HP. I'll give him that. But he's clearly defensive and not offensive. Yeah, he counters every time. But he's got no power. He's no match for us. We're just here for entries and pink slips. Treasure, of course. Ancient Emblem Moon? What the heck is that? And also, I can't pick up this item that it dropped because the lid of the chest is in the way. It's like inside the chest. That's dumb that that can happen. Huh. Well, we missed out on whatever that is. What is Ancient Emblem Moon? Okay, it's a key item. The moon-shaped emblem found in the primitive cube. Okay, this sounds like something that's part of a set. Okay. Yeah, it's probably part of a set. There's probably other ancient emblems that we need to find. For what we don't know. Okay, I think what I want to do is back out to... Actually, let me just do this really quick. I want to back out to the spacey part and see if there's anything else I can fly to besides Primitive Cube. It doesn't seem like it. Oh, okay, this is like the key to the next room. Got it. Okay. So that might just be the format of this dungeon. I just kind of want to get a sense of how large this area is. But this feels quite large. Okay, so now we probably need to find the Ancient Emblem's son. This place is wild. Oh, and there's a door with like 5 seals. Okay, yeah, we gotta get out of here. At least for a minute. Oblivion. I have a bad feeling about this door.
You mean what's beyond it?
Like, I don't think this is, like, endgame. I don't think this is the last dungeon in the game. I really don't. What the heck? Is this place gonna, like, change shape? There's a room back there. You guys new? You guys are new. Alright. We love a palette swap. You guys want to die today? That's fine with me. Try to steal from me? No, we steal from you. And we kill you. We're brutal. We're ruthless. Keeps. Keeps all day. All the marbles. What does this do? Oh, it's an elevator. Oh, it rotates the room. Whoa, this is wild. Okay, are there 2 positions or are there 4? There are 2. Whoa. Okay, yeah, we gotta get out of here. At least for a minute. So, okay. Let's warp back to Mecha RoboCube. Obviously, we gotta do this at some point. I just want to see a couple things first. First thing I want to do is just fly around the space zone a little bit more. It doesn't seem like there's anywhere else that we're going to be able to land, but I just want to confirm that. So that's where we just were. That's Primitive Cube. This kind of looks like something, but it's like too high up, but there's something glowing on top of it. So maybe at some point that comes down. And we can actually do something about it. It's like directly above me. Because yeah, that one has a little glowy beacon on top of it as well. What if I fly like right in the middle of this pillar? It doesn't let me. Okay. Okay, so it looks like there's not anywhere else to go. That's fine. We just wanted confirmation of that. There's a lot of extra visual detail around here. These kind of look like the glass spires that cut the planet, but they're not exactly the same. And there's just so much empty space out here. This looks unique. Like maybe we can go there at some point, but not yet. That's kind of the impression that I'm getting. There's an oceany one over there. That like, once we finish the Primitive Cube, there's going to be like other areas that we can go to. But it's going to make us do it in like a specified order. It's kind of the sense that I'm getting. Although I guess that cube looks exactly the same. So maybe it's just one variety of cube. There's the green ones. There's the metal ones. There's the stony, sandy ones. There's the lava ones. There's the snowy one. But that one does have a glowing beacon on top of it, for sure. I didn't imagine that. Or did I? Maybe I saw one of those, like, thruster things. Okay. Well, that's good enough for me. I'm gonna land here again. And make sure I didn't miss a warp key point. Because it really seems like there should be one here. It's just weird that there's not. Oh, we're about to get hit with an ad break. Okay. I'm going to step away for a minute. This will be the last ad break of the day. When we come back, we will go through this dungeon in earnest. Because there's definitely not anything else available right now. Can't get up this ledge. Not sure why it's here. Lots of little tantalizing, unreachable structures. Is that a subconscious, like, meta theme they're trying to push? Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So, We're back in this dungeon. I came back to this spinny room during the ad break, just to get us back to where we were. You didn't miss anything. And now we're just going to do this dungeon. And I don't have that weird feeling like I'm missing something anymore, so I can just do the dungeon. This is weirdly reminiscent of Breath of the Wild. Right down to the rotating room. I forget which divine beast it was. Obviously this predates that. A generalist heart. Can't do anything with that. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. We can do something with it. We just don't need it. A new poo for our decks. Our puka decks. We also have that thing going on where there's no battle music in this dungeon or victory fanfare. It's just the dungeon music for the whole time. It's a very specific vibe in an RPG. Sometimes reserved for final dungeons, but not always. I'm wondering if I should go back to the rotating room before going through here. Let's take a peek. More new enemies, more puzzly stuff. We'll probably get another key or emblem in this room. Immortal wings. This is like a moth combined with a snake. Kind of interesting. Man, Zola really shines against regular enemies with the double hit. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Like, I don't think her attack is higher than Shu, but for some reason she does more damage than Shu. Also, how is Kluk still at level 43? I don't understand. Alright, let's go back to the rotating room, lest we forget. Hey Eris, how are you? What's going on? Thank you for smile. Alright, let's spin the room around. Is it hot in here, or is this some other type of substance that just resembles lava? Seems like it would be really hot in here. Alright, we'll check this one first. Little poo guy. Chest. 2 doors. Boy, this dungeon really wants to be confusing, huh? Now, what is this hashed? Oh, this is another rotatey room? Oh, boy. Stinky melee boys. That's wild. Boy time. Is this the same room? This is the same room. Okay, interesting. So I can go back this way, but I won't be able to go through because the room isn't twisted. Okay. Got it. Interesting. You know, I'm not a competitive Smash person, and out of all the Smash games, Melee is the one that I am the worst at. But for some reason, I still have a little bit of knowledge about, like, competitive Melee history, probably because of Vaughn. Vaughn is really interested, in the competitive Smash scene, and particularly competitive Melee scene. He doesn't competitively play Melee, but he he is quite good at Ultimate. Oh, I don't think you're new, actually. Yeah, we fought you before. Goodbye, everyone. Why is Melee stinky? I don't know if I... Well, actually, definitely is some sectors of the Melee community that are stinky, but mostly Melee is just sweaty. I think there's a lot of Melee that's wholesome as well. There's definitely stinky parts of the Melee scene, but there's also wholesome parts of the Melee scene for sure. But it's all sweaty. It's very sweaty. I don't know if there's... Actually, I don't know if there's anything sweatier than Melee. But there's these two kids that are shaking up the Melee scene right now. You've probably heard Poop and CKX talking about them, I would imagine. Where they just like came out of nowhere and are like beating like the top players in the world with like really unlikely characters that people thought could just never be competitive. And it's kind of like breathed some fresh air into the scene. Wait, this door was sealed before, was it not? Oh, no, this isn't the door I was thinking of. Okay, that door is one more room back. Okay. So that's a dead end over there. Alright, so we're going to rotate the room again. And I'm going to keep an eye on this wall. It's definitely sweaty, which can make it stinky. I mean, from a realism standpoint, yes. I assumed you meant stinky as in, like, problematic. That's how I was thinking of stinky. Yeah, it is cool that such an old game can continue to be rejuvenated. Like, there's a lot of, like, long-time veteran competitive players that would say that Melee was, quote-unquote, solved. You know? Like, there's so much data from all these, like, tournaments and competitive events to indicate, like, you know, that our tier list is really, really solid, and these are definitely the best characters, and these are definitely the worst characters, and... You know, people might be able to break through and be successful with certain characters that are considered bad, but ultimately they'll always have bad matchups with these good characters and stuff like that. You know, they felt like it was really solved mechanically. But these two kids that have come in are kind of proving that it's not solved. And it's been fun to just kind of watch. Like, I can't watch competitive Melee stuff at a high enough level to really be able to tell what's going on without assistance. You know, I need it to be like commentated or like some kind of like breakdown video. Like sometimes, like I can see some stuff, but I'm not like a super knowledgeable competitive Smash person. But I think it's still somewhat entertaining, even if you aren't. It's not something I spend a lot of time looking at, though. I don't watch a lot of it, but every once in a while, something pops up, and I'm like, oh, that sounds nice. I guess I don't ever really just watch, like, matches, though. Like, I don't think I've ever just sat down and watched, like, two people play Melee against each other. It's pretty much always some kind of, like, breakdown video or, you know, like, oh, watch this epic moment kind of thing. You meant you can actually smell them. That's too bad. What do they smell like? Sweaty boys? Sometimes they'll watch matches of whatever tournament's going on. Yeah, like I could see myself like having that on in the background and then like, you know, maybe popping off for like an exciting moment that I happen to notice. But I couldn't see myself just like sitting there glued to a stream of some like competitive event. Okay, it looks like we're going to do half of this room now and then the other half later. This is very Zelda. You know some of the older guys they talk about? Yeah, it's probably some of the same older guys that I know. Oh, maybe we can do this all at once, because this is probably going to move the other part. Oh. No, this is like the starting position. Well, actually, how would we do the rest of this room? There's 2 chests over there. 1 more switch. Oh, there's a teleporter. But that's got to be the path out of this room. Okay, I'm gonna go back through this door because there's another way I can go. And maybe I'm missing something. Not onions exactly. It smells like a Subway, right? Not like the transit hub, but like the bad restaurant. That's what it smells like. Like a little bit of onion, little bit of lunch meat, little bit of cheese. That's what like the LAN room at a convention smells like to me. It's like walking into a Subway, but like minus the fresh baked bread smell. Just everything else. I think this is new. You can smell the warmth. Oh, God. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, God. That's awful. Oh, hello, chest. The warmth. Ooh, that made me shudder. Yeah, you like walk into the room and it like hits you like a wall and you're like, whoa, what is going on in here? Okay, so that just gives me those. Not progress. He wanted a LAN party for his bachelor party? Man. What a guy. What would CKX play at a LAN party? What's his LAN game? I am so turned around. I was not expecting this to be new territory. Okay, I know where this is. And this is another rotating room. No, this is this room. What would be mine? I don't think the only game that I've ever played over LAN was with one other person at a time. Well, I guess later on I did play it with like 4 people. And that was Terraria. That's the only game I think I've ever played over a local area network. On a computer. I am not a PC gamer. By any stretch. Oh. Okay. How did I miss that before? So this will allow me to hit that other switch and then we should be able to get across. Okay. Oh. Did not even realize there was a barrier there. That was kind of weird. Himiko's necklace. You once tried Terraria on Xbox? It was the worst. Why was it the worst? 180 defense, 30 magic defense. Alright, what necklace is Mara wearing? It's better than this. It's a solid accessory, but I don't think it's better than what anybody's got. I guess it's worth it for Shu. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Can we get rid of this? No. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiki. Thank you for telling me. I forgot to ping Discord when I went live. I guess I was that gung-ho. It's probably like copy-pasted into the text box and I just didn't hit enter. Here I am. I started at the normal time. Sorry to those of you that rely on Discord notifications. Oh, that actually stunned him. That was kind of cool, but I still have to fight him. You didn't know what it was, and it was so tiny you couldn't see anything. Interesting. Terraria is a very cool game. I like it so much better than the idea of Minecraft because it feels so much more compartmentalized to me. Like it's this vast, open, sandboxy kind of world where you can do a whole bunch of stuff. But it's not so giant that it overwhelms me. Alright, let's try a double Waterous here. And we can scan for grins. But yeah, I guess I could see why playing it on a console would kind of suck. It does seem like it's really designed for PC. Like you have the whole like HUD where you can like have like a hotkey for like every number on the keyboard and all these different little hotkeys and all your equipment dots and everything like that. And if they tried to just port that one-to-one to the console, I bet that would be terrible. I've heard some people really like the 3DS version of Terraria though, because of the dual screens and the touchscreen. I don't think it has all the content in it that's in the PC version. Oh, water heals those guys. That's interesting. Wasn't expecting that. We have not seen a lot of enemies that absorb elements or have very much elemental affinity at all. Why didn't that go off? Yeah, Terraria is like one of the only games in that kind of a style that I can manage to play. It's like just manageable enough to pull me in and keep me from getting completely overwhelmed and just being like, no, I can't do this. But I'll also say, I guess, like, if I wasn't playing with like somebody that had like prior knowledge of the game, it would be significantly less fun because it is pretty like objectiveless. Like there are things that you can do, but the game doesn't really tell you that they're there, you know? So unless you're the kind of player that just wants to play it for hundreds of hours and stumble upon those things, you'll kind of have a bad time. But yeah, it's definitely way more fun, like, on a server with friends, if you can swing it. Because you can, like, completely break off and do things on your own, or you can work on things together. Okay, I feel like this is going to take me back towards where that door is, and I don't need to manually backtrack, but let's see. The first time I played Terraria, the game was in beta, and I played with one other person. And we didn't know anything about what to do. We just guessed. But the game was so much smaller at that point, it wasn't that big of a deal. And there was basically only like one boss in the game, and then it was over. And then when I played it again, like a year ago, I was playing with a couple of people who had played it extensively and knew a lot about what to do in the game and what you could do and how to do it. And so I would basically just have them give me objectives. And that was fun. But if those people hadn't been there, I don't think I would have enjoyed the second playthrough. Because I constantly had to be like, wait, how do I craft again? Wait, where do I get this material? You know, it's one of those games where you have to, like, live on a wiki. Which, like, can be a fun experience, but can also be a very unfun experience. Depending on, like, your mood or what kind of player you are. Like, for me, that's very situational. Like, sometimes I can get really into that. But sometimes I don't want that. And that's another thing about, like, playing a game on a PC. It's like, well, I have to, like, click out of the game to go to my browser window where the wiki is, and I'm, like, getting attacked while I'm tabbed over, you know? Or, like, weird glitchy stuff is happening in the game because it's still open and running, but I'm not, like, it's not the active window, you know? Whereas if I was playing it on console, I might be more inclined to, like, have something up on my computer while I'm playing it, and I can, like, you know, more easily go back and forth. Oh, that's cool, Kiki. That sounds wild. Hymns are interesting, especially from that time period, because that was like a place where composers could find legitimacy. There wasn't, like, a huge interest in, like, original music for a lot of people, you know? Like, for a lot of people, music was synonymous with, like, religion and worship. And so, like, if you were a person who wanted to, like, write music and be gratified by people hearing your music and saying that they like it, you needed to write church music. Oh, that's right. These guys are absorbing water. I need to remember that. I'm not a religious person, but some of the music is good. And there's just a lot of cool, like, history to it. Especially from that era, for those reasons. Because, you know, you'd have people who weren't religious either, but wanted to make music. And wanted to, like, make a living making music. And so they would write church music. Especially like before the 1900s, because you're like predating recorded music even, which, you know, kind of brought with it the concept of popular music, I guess. Oh yeah, no, I didn't take it as such. If I thought you were preaching to me, I definitely would, like, immediately admonish you. Everyone's welcome to have their own beliefs, but there's no witnessing allowed in my community. Okay, dead ends. We love dead ends. But yeah, it's very interesting from a historical perspective. I'm right there with you. It's probably a difficult area for a lot of people to explore because it is difficult to separate the religious aspect of it from the rest, you know, the history or the music. Okay, is this a dead end or is this a path? This is a path. Photography mainly gets money from people photos versus landscape wildlife. Yeah, it depends, but I think you're mostly right. Like, it's definitely an easier path. If you're, you know, like, if you want to just do weddings and portrait photography, headshots, that's like a really easy business model for people to understand. Yes, I was hoping that's what this would be. This was the one chest that I was thinking about from the very first room. But yeah, if you want to take wildlife photos, you need so much more specialized equipment. And you're also, like, have to be a completely different kind of person. You know, like, you're gonna need equipment that allows you to exist in nature. So you might need, like, all different types of, like, protective equipment, either from the sun or animals or, various flora. You might need camouflage because the thing that you're trying to photograph is, only comes out in certain conditions. There's so many different aspects to it. You know, like what if you want to go to the Arctic and photograph polar bears? You know, so you have to be able to survive the Arctic and not get mauled by the most aggressive, dangerous animal on land. Not the same as going to a wedding and capturing the moment. But you can definitely, there's definitely a path to, like, being a photographer for, like, National Geographic and things like that. But obviously that's probably pretty equivalent to, like, being a nationally recognized musical artist, where you're part of a very small subsect of people who managed to break through amongst, basically an infinite number of people who are trying to do the same thing at a small level or unsuccessfully. Yeah, that's true too. You'd have to, have a really weird schedule potentially. If you want to photograph, like, sunrises or sunsets or auroras. Okay, we have to fight this guy because he's guarding the chest. Well, despite its serpentine nature, this dungeon seems pretty linear, actually. Okay, we're gonna attack these guys. They have the most HP. Kluk can water the back row. And then maybe a Groundus? Why does Zola keep getting to go twice? Is her agility that high? Also, we've been stealing so many stat up items. Pretty spectacular. I hope we can find a save point before the end of the stream. It would be really nice to not have to warp out to save and then backtrack through here again tomorrow. But we do what we must. And if I get stuff done tomorrow morning, I could get to this point before starting the stream, like I hoped to do 2 streams ago, but didn't. That's some serious damage. Oh, ground heals them as well. Do these guys just absorb all elemental damage? That's pretty intense, if so. We haven't seen anything like these guys. So they have really high defense, and they only take damage from physical. How very endgame of them. I keep coming back to the thought of like how glad I am that we pushed through the point of no return. I keep thinking like how bad it would have felt to just be flying around the overworld all day today looking for stuff, assuming that there has to be something. So I'm really glad that we did a second scouting run going further and learned what we learned. This is great. They kind of tricked us. We have so many of these bodybuilders elixirs. Oh, we've been in this fight so long that we have corporeal. That's wild. I'm getting really close to finishing my, well, I guess I'm not that close, but I'm in the back half of my Star Wars book, and it is getting tense. I'm a little bit nervous, but mostly just excited to see how it ends, because they've really put some cool stuff together. I mentioned this one other time, but there's a twist that kind of got introduced earlier in this 3rd book that was set up way back in the 1st book in an extremely subtle way that you never would have predicted. And now a little bit further into the 3rd book, the twist is like fully kind of coming to fruition, and it is so cool. One of the coolest twists in a book that I've read. I am second guessing myself on whether or not I've been through both of these doors back here. Obviously, one of them is where I came from, but I don't remember, and I must check. I think this is where I came from. Should have my barrier up. This is a rotating room. Yep. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is where I came from. And hopefully the other one is just... Yeah, this is where the poos were. There was a whole bunch of enemies here. This chest was guarded. Yep. But I don't know if we walked through this other door. I don't know if we went in here. Nope. Okay, cool. Oh, and there's another door. Where does this go? Another rotating room. Oh my god. Okay, well I feel like I should do this first because the other room has a teleporter in it that's going to take me back to the central hub. Prismatic Wind Bracelet. I think we already had that one. Oh no, we had the Cyclone Bracelet. Adds Erase to physical attack. That's pretty cool. So they're almost exactly the same. That is a really cool accessory. But the thing that we've most wanted to cancel and erase so far... Oh, that leads back into this room. Okay, cool. So now we just need to see what the rotated version of this rotating room is. Oh, I've done a bad job reminding people of this so far today, so I'm going to do it again. I'm going to be streaming on Saturday and Sunday this week. I'm doing a special stream on Saturday. I'm participating in a group game on someone else's channel. It will not be streamed on this channel. I'm going to be playing a social deduction game with like 12 other people. And it is going to be Pokemon themed. It should be pretty chaotic. And it will probably be some level of 18 plus, but I only know like half of the people. So I really don't know what to expect. I've never played this game before. It should be pretty silly and wild. It's probably going to take about 3 hours. It's a social deduction game called Blood on the Clock Tower, which has this kind of like gothic vampire theme. But this streamer Pokédoll does reskinned versions of Blood on the Clock Tower that are like other franchises. So they'll host a Demon Slayer version, or I don't know what the other ones are, but like, basically like popular franchises of games or TV shows or whatever. They've been doing a lot of these. And one of my Twitch friends was like, you should do one of these. And she's not in this one, but I'm still doing it. Okay, so we need to figure out how to move those ones into a different formation. Dang it. I'm gonna run from this guy. We really went from Landshark at the beginning to Cube World? Did we? Also, what's up, Ditsinal? I ran into the other one. I don't have to fight these guys in order to use the little machine, and they kind of take a while to fight, so... Resting from college quizzes. Can you please just let me... Thank you. I'm glad I went to school, but I'm glad I'm not in school anymore. Okay, so what does this one do then? Oh, okay, and then I gotta go all the way around to get those two chests. Okay. Darn, if I had just pressed that one more switch before I went to go investigate, we would be done with this room already and leaving. Okay, I gotta check this rotated version one more time really quick though. Because was there more than one door? Or was there just one? Okay, there's just one and we checked it. Just needed to remind myself. So yes, special stream on Saturday, and then also I will be streaming on Sunday. The Saturday stream is 5 p.m. Central, by the way. I will ping the Discord if you want to get notified for it. I'll shout out Pokédoll again, so y'all can follow the channel if you want to get notified that way. This is the channel I will be on. Link at the top of the chat. They will be hosting the game. And then Sunday, I'll be live here with the lady, starting our new point-and-click game, Locomotive. And we are very excited. Oh, here's another black barrier. I guess this makes sense, because if you came here straight away and didn't do any of the optional stuff, you wouldn't have the black device. Himiko's earring. I'm not going to bother to write these down, though. I don't see any reason to. Oh, I'm looking in the special menu, wondering why I'm not seeing an earring. Resist light, prevent petrify. Huge magic defense. What do you got on, Morrow? Oh, yeah, he can't get rid of that. Morrow needs a boost to magic defense, but he can't give up his resist all elements and status. That's how we trivialized the Blizzard Dragon. Okay, now we have 3 emblems. I don't know if that's going to be enough to open the Oblivion door, but we'll find out. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. These guys are very silly. You can't hit them with the barrier. Any, like, large enemy, like medium or large enemy, you can't hit with the barrier. Even if you've already fought them before, it only works on small enemies. Unless this takes me somewhere new. Ooh, those were good cracks. I'm really sore today. Okay, this takes me to the same place. Seems like I would need 5 emblems to get through here and not 3, but let's see. Oh, it's just 1. Okay. So we had Moon, Sun, and Void as our 3 different emblems. Can these actually hurt me? I bet they can. This is so Mario. Oh, and there's a boss. Okay. This is just a palette swap of a boss that we've fought a couple times. So I'm not really worried about the fact that we haven't saved. Groundus? Fully charged? Twice? I think the gimmick with this thing is that you need to do relatively even damage across the 4 heads so that they all die at the same time and they don't, like, multiply. Or, like, you can't just leave one alive kind of thing. That's how we fought the first one, and it died, so we didn't really get to confirm that theory. $1K each. And $1K each. Oh, are you petrified? Oh, I see. The other 3 heads are dead. Okay, so maybe it doesn't work the way that I think. Okay. You just have to kill the 4 heads. Well, there we go. We were right not to fear that thing. Alright, how's Zola looking experience-wise? I feel like she's mostly caught up. Yeah, she's pretty well caught up. So we can give her a different accessory now. Oh, wow. This is actually a great idea. Just give her a bunch of HP, because she's the farthest behind. Okay, there you go. That's easy. And then Kluk is still a little bit behind, so we're not going to swap out her lay yet. Rip Snake with epic boss theme. Kluk with bird too strong. Well, luckily every boss has the same epic boss theme. Where is this going to go? Also, shout out to this dungeon not having any, like, little random environmental object for me to explore, like, 1,500 of. I don't mind that at all. So maybe this will take me to level 2. When we first came in here, it said, level 1. Whoa. It's like a giant engine. Oh. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, there's a giant robot inside of it. Okay, so it was like an incubator, maybe. Oh my god. Look at that monstrosity.
The General shall be
Reborn through our power.
So they're gonna bring these guys back. Great. So it's...
There seems to be fragments of my soul still remaining in those little pests. Now go and get them back.
Ah, okay. This is what we've been wondering about. Alright, can I have a save point? Maybe a warp key point? That'd be fantastic. Primitive cube level 2. Alright, there's a save point. No warp key point, but I'll take the save point. This is where we're going to stop for today. Okay, I need to write some stuff down first, though. So, upon clearing level 1... I don't like that being the screen that we're on. We see a giant robo chimera born from a big incubator thing. It's a gross fusion of Zabo and the 4 Robo Squad guys. Their team never got an official name. We fought a few times. Nene instructs them to take back pieces of his soul that we allegedly have. So I've been wondering about this because Shu, Kluk, and Maro all got their light spheres taken by Nene, and that's how he got young and handsome and powerful again. But he didn't get Zola's light sphere. Zola still presumably has her light sphere, and those were the thing that gave us our powers at the beginning of the game, and then by us using magic throughout the entire game, we like charged them up, and then he took them back and was like, thanks for charging that up for me. So there's been this worry that he's gonna try to take Zola's light sphere and get another power boost. We know that we can reclaim our magical abilities after losing our light sphere, because that's what the other 4 characters did, but we don't want Nene to get any more powerful. And I don't know how we can stop him from incapacitating Zola and taking it from her. So that's the concern. So this is save slot number... Wait, save slot number 4. We're over 100 hours. Wow. So this is Primitive Cube, level 2. This is where we will pick it up tomorrow. Based on how this is going, I don't think we will beat this video game tomorrow. But I guess we'll see. We'll see. And then, yes, I'll be back on Saturday with the group game on Pokédoll's channel, and with the lady on Sunday afternoon with Locomotive. It's a big week. Hope you're as excited as I am. Okay, we did save. So we need to find someone to raid. I don't have anything else to inundate you with. So let's go take a look. Oh my god, notifications, stop. Let me use my phone. Let's see here. Do. Alright, we'll go say hi to Space, Robot Arm. Space is still doing... he's in a similar state as me, where he's been in, like, finale wrap-up mode with a game for quite a while. He's working on Crystallis for the NES. Space is a good buddy. We'll go over there and see what's going on before we get slapidated with this ad. Let's go over here and hit the button. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'll be back tomorrow with more Blue Dragon. Maybe we finish it, maybe we don't. Maybe we roll credits and get in like a post-game state and have to decide if we want to do more optional stuff. Maybe we'll find something to spend all this money on that we got. But I really like where we're sitting today. We made the right choice today to dive into the whole, to find out that the point of no return was not actually a point of no return. Very, very happy about that. If we do finish the game tomorrow with any significant chunk of time left, we will begin the filler arc game, and that would continue into next week. If we don't finish Blue Dragon tomorrow, same setup for next week. Sign up for the news and the streams role in Discord if you want to get notified about the special stream on Saturday and anything else I got going on in the future. Otherwise, we'll see you hopefully on Sunday for that bonus stream. What a stacked week. All right, let's go say hi to Space. Y'all be good.